get my stream set up. Should I have an intro screen? You know, like a starting soon screen? I don't know. I kind of like going in raw. I like going in raw. Kind of how I do it. Okay, we're all set up over there. Twitch, hello, please. Twitch is there. Cool. Okay. Time to figure out if my streamer bot thing is working. Okay, platforms. We are monitoring. We are monitoring the things. Okay, let me test this then. Type a comment out here because my chat overlay was not working last. Oh my god, it's still not working. Oh my god, it's so frustrating. Why doesn't it work? They made it seem so easy. Made it seem so easy. Okay, I guess this is just gonna turn into a troubleshooting stream. Twitch. Test. Test. Okay, yeah, that one doesn't work either. Okay, I can at least show Twitch chat. We can at least show Twitch chat. YouTube chat, that's a different story. I guess I can go back to this. I gotta pop out all the fucking chats though. Let's do that real quick. Let's just do that. Dream Ninja chat, open that up. I need to get like the plugin. Mention active. Pop out all the chat. Okay. Okay, let's see if that chat worked. Okay, test. Okay, it's there. Okay, now just to add that over in vertical stream. There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay, that's what we're gonna roll with. What are we doing today? What are we doing today? Kind of just random. We're gonna do just a random grab bag of stuff, I think. And we were working on the. I had just finished up like the destruction thing. Let me get rid of that torch. Go away. Goodbye. Thank you for your service. I had just finished up testing the destruction here. Let's add some stuff, things. That there. Okay. That. Campfire. Okay, let's put a blueprint on the wall. We're gonna have a blueprint 4 item as well, and a blueprint. Now the blueprint should stay there. Okay, they have. Okay. Okay, the campfire didn't really destroy itself. I still need to redo all the geometry collections, but kind of kicking that can down the road. Because I know I'm probably going to end up changing all these anyway, so I don't want to just do all that work for nothing. But that did look good. So do I have code uncommitted that I need to commit to here? I think so. What have I done? What have I done here? What have I done here? This is going to be fix destroying supported. Wait, let me. Oh, I need to remember to do. Turn that. There we go. Okay, fix destroying supported. Who's he? What's it? Supported buildings. Yeah, we're just gonna. That's what we're gonna call it. End it. Okay. Now what are we doing? Now what are we doing? It looks good. Look at the list here. I just found out you can have multiple documents in a document now. So that's pretty cool. Get rid of my 70 fucking pages of bullshit here. Okay, let's do the interaction traces. Yeah, that needs to. I've been meaning to update this a lot, actually. And I say a lot, I mean for a while. That's what I mean. I've been meaning to update this for a while. What have I been meaning to update? So the interaction trace, you can actually see it. I'm logging it. The green is the green. And I want to turn this into a either box or capsule trace so that you don't have to like, because if I spawn up into a world here, actually let me just load whatever world. This should work now. Load. It should just load me up. Load me up. Oh god. Is it even doing stuff? It's not responding. Oh, hello. Hello there. Okay, it worked. It just took a damn while, didn't it? Okay, there I am. Let's find something to interact with. Awesome, him. It's kind of a bad example. That's actually a really bad example. Especially because the collision is quite simple there. Maybe this is a better one. Yeah, so this one is actually fine because and I'll show you, the collision on these is actually totally fine. Are you going to show me the collision box? It's kind of hard to see. Oh god, it's so laggy. Okay, so you can see there's a box around the flower. So that actually works fine because the box is wide enough. But not everything is going to have those boxes. Not everything is going to have those boxes. I wanted a mushroom. Is there a way for me to get over to some mushrooms? There is, and it's over there. Oh, there's also another way over here. Although there's no forest over. I guess it's kind of equidistant. We'll go through the cave. Already going there. But the mushrooms are quite small. Their boxes are quite small. So the interaction trace needs to be like right on it, you know? It would be nice to have some wiggle room, you know? It would be nice. Alright, so we're gonna walk through this giant cleft. Maybe these are actually okay. Interact with those. But you see, like even on these ones, I guess they're simple collisions. Got a bridge here would do wonders. Find some mushroom. Find some mushroom. There we go. So you have to be like right on the mushroom to get that trace. There's a mushroom sticking out. I need to fix their spawns. But because the interaction trace, it's just a line. So if I were to make the interaction trace a box that's just like a little bit bigger, I'm thinking something like, you know, like that big maybe. And that way I don't need to be like look right on it, because I can just get close enough and it'll be fine. And that'll work for everything, right? I won't need to set the collision on everything to be, you know, I won't need to have special collision. So that'll be really nice. Why is my bit rate so damn high on right now? Right, yeah. What is my bit? Is 4K bit rate too high? Yeah, what's like the average bit rate on a stream? Average Twitch bit rate. Between 2K and 6K. Okay, so why is it telling me 4K bit rate is too high? It's showing me in the red. Bit rate 3900. Bro, I can't even get over there. I don't think. Maybe I can like jump. Okay. Yeah, I need to build. Right now, nothing can really dangle off the edge, so I can't really build a bridge at all, can I? Can I walk all the way up here? I can. Wow. Whoa, whoa. What happened here? Excuse me? X-fucking-cuse me? What happened here? What is this? Oh, you know what? Did I change things in between me saving and loading? Because it seems like all the loaded chunks are not matching up. Interesting. I'll need to confirm that at some other point. That does seem to be the case there. Gonna get a few more chunks generated. Those match up. Yeah, I think that is the issue. Something's a little off. Maybe they're not loading properly either. Oh no, I don't know. I don't think I can make it around this. Maybe I can't. Oh yeah. And yep, there's the edge. If I do it, dare me. Oh, I just went straight through. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, that's enough of that. Okay, back to this. So I need to figure out. I think we can just load up one of these. So let's open up character view. And let's find out where we're doing the interaction tray, update interaction trays. So yeah, we're doing the camera trace on the player control. Okay, let's go to that. You can move over there, thank you. Yeah, line trace multi by channel. We're just doing the built-in one. Gear trace multi for objects. Yeah, we may need to rewrite. Entity line trace multi. Okay, let's figure out how I should organize. An important one. Going to grow. Is going to grow. Let's just put like a entity trace in here. Oh, just to kind of separate it out, because the line trace ones will call the entity trace. But I should have yeah, we're just calling the entity query direct. So did I ever end up updating all the usages of this? Let me look at the chunk processor code. I guess I did, because I no longer see any in there. What about procedural terrain subsystem? You can close the building stuff for now. Okay, procedural terrain subsystem. You still have the... Excuse me. You do still have the line trace function. And where am I using that one from? We can get rid of that. That's just like a test one. Velocity processor for whether or not I'm around. I suppose that may stay in. This is the terrain trays. We use it in the chunk surface sampler, of course. And the footstep set. Wait, why did I put that on the terrain chunk? Oh yeah. For the I just put it on the actors. Okay. Understood. Okay. We should make a box trace, and I thought I had something like that already. Where am I using entity? Did I delete the box trace? thinking of? Entity chunk processor. Oh my gosh. Writer, hello. Entity subsystem. Here we go. This is what I'm thinking. Okay. There. What are we doing? Within radius. Am I using that still? Pure trace multi for objects. Okay, I call the entity system. Subsystem. I may want to move this. Get entities within box. Actually, let me think. Will I ever need to interact with an entity? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah, because if I'm going to interact with something, it's probably going to be an actor if I'm interacting with it. Oh no, but I need to do the click, right. So that does... Now that happens on click already though, right? What happens on click? Change target. Wait, what? That was for target, which is tab, not... Oh, duh, it's on the player controller. That's the wrong one. Okay, yeah, system menu, select. Here's what we want. Select target. We are still doing the camera trick. We are still doing the camera trick. Okay. So yes, I was correct. We will need to... Yeah, we're going to move the entities within box. So I'm just going to copy it. Rip it out. First of all, where's this being used from? From Cleave. From Cleave, okay. Entity traces, there's the line trace. Here is now the box trace. Okay, let's rip this out now too. Okay, import that. And that should be good now. Oh, it's on the wrong class. View trace unit. So now the entity, I need to actually get the entity subsystem. Now this needs to be static, so I will not have a world context object. Okay. There is no world context object, or there is no world, just return false. Entity subsystem now goes in front. Okay. Processors is private. I have a function for it already. Get processor by class. Wonderful. Okay. Okay. World context on. Let's do a do one of these. Okay. Get entities within box. Now successfully transferred. Now let's write the line trace. And I want to change the order here. I'm going to change the order here. I think. Put line traces at the top. Line traces at the top. Okay. So I guess let's I'm just gonna copy the sphere trace. We're gonna say box trace. So start and end. That's why I love CPP. Why is that? Start, end, radius. I guess I need to look up the box trace multi-signature. Copy it. Box trace multi. What is your signature? Yes, Wamp. Hello. Welcome in. Start, end, half size, and orientation. Is that how they're all specified? Yeah. That's how they're specified. Okay. Put that in there. We can find these. Okay, box trace multi for objects. Create that def. My goodness, this is a disgustingly long signature. Okay. Okay, so let's just copy everything that we have in the sphere trace function, and we're just going to amend it. Box trace. Means get entities within radius. Now, no longer is a thing. Also, that's just here. It's going to be get entities within box. No longer need the entity subsystem there. And what's your signature? Location X. You have a bit of Turkish mix in you. No, I do not. Not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of. German and Dutch, as far as I know. And I'm told Native American, but I don't know that I feel like everyone's grandmother, great-grandmother tells them they got some Native American in them. Okay, so location and extent, whereas I have half size. Is half size the same as extent? Rotator is... Oh, that's orientation. Okay. Yeah, let's just plug in half size. What was that again? Out hits. Oh, I need the world context object. Half size. Orientation. There we go. Okay. Let's do that. Okay, copy that. Paste it there. Box trace multi for objects. Start and half size orientation. Okay, everything else lines. Wonderful. Wonderful. hit. I think the rest just falls into place. Box trace multi. Okay, so we have a box trace. What language is this? This is Unreal Engine's flavor of C++. So it's C++, but Unreal Engine has all their own types built on top of it and their own like reflection system, which is what these little macros are for. So that when I reload, when I rebuild the engine, I can use these functions in a visual script in Blueprints, a visual scripting language. You work for a gaming company? I do not. Yeah. Started on this project about 2.5 years ago, and I knew nothing about Unreal Engine or C++ or game development or procedural terrain generation. So trying to learn all those things at once it's a bit of a fire hose to drink from. How are we all doing tonight, though? Happy Friday. I said that last stream, thinking it was Friday, but it was not, and no one corrected me. But yeah, I'm working on, it's a solo project. It'll be a, what is this? Oh yeah, there's no this anymore because it's a static function. But I'm working on a combination of 3 different genres: RPG, Colony Sim, and Roguelite. I am making my own game. I am attempting to. And what I'm trying to do is do procedural terrain. So every playthrough is different, you know, like Minecraft, like Valheim, those kinds of games. And I take a lot of inspiration from games like Vanilla WoW for the RPG side of things, RimWorld for the Colony Sim side of things, and then eventually it'll be Hades as well. I gotta fix all this shit. Oh god. Hades as well for the roguelite. But what I want to do with the Colony Sim side of things is I actually want the entire world to be online and running, or at least as much of the world as possible, because most games, they just fake it one way or another. Either they're just running some equation in the background that kind of just fakes it for when you come back into the radius of things, or they just completely turn everything off when you're not in the radius. That's how traditional games or Colony Sims would do. But I want to kind of push that limit if I can. So now get entities within box. Should I keep using that, or should I switch to the trace utils one? Or just trace util? I wish I could be an independent programmer like you. You can. There is a wealth of knowledge out there. You just got to start Googling. Start Googling. I am an entirely self-taught programmer, so I did go to college for it for a couple years, but ended up dropping out. I've been writing code since I was like 16, I think. Teaching myself. Back then, you know, there were no classes for me in high school that I could learn from. A lot of high schools now have that. So I had to kind of take matters into my own hands. And actually, World of Warcraft private servers are what got me into it, because my parents wouldn't pay for a WoW sub. So I had to like figure out how to make my own private servers so my friends would actually play with me. That's how my programming interest started. And I was like, you know what, this is pretty freaking cool, man. Do things. I can do things and stuff, and it's cool. Okay, so we just gotta like wire all this back up. XE. Oh, undo that. X, Y, orientation, ignored actors. I don't care about sorted. I guess we are drawing debug on. Why are you being okay? We should check cleave. We should check the cleave ability and make sure that's still. And yeah, after that, I went to college for it, and you know, couldn't really pay for it very well. And I had thankfully worked on enough side projects that I was able to convince someone to hire me. That was 10 years ago now. So I've been self-taught professional programmer for over 10 years. Well, I guess it's 10 years. No, I shouldn't say over 10 years. What am I doing over here? There's a bunch of values that aren't even used. Is it an open world game? It is. Let's show it off a little bit. Let's do a new seed, 155. We'll just try a random seed. I've just been incrementing. Okay, Frost Nova's fucking broken too. Okay, we can just we'll fix that in a second. We just won't use that ability. Yeah, so it's all procedurally generated. So there it goes. Every seed is different. Every world is different. And we will have a bunch of different biomes and a bunch of different terrain noises and stuff like that I fall through the world. God damn it. Okay, so we're not going to walk around up there. We're just stuck in a cave. But here's what the world was. So it needs some work, right? I didn't get all of the Z-axes chunks spawned before my character did. So I think there's like an extra, yeah, that chunk right there needed to be spawned. But yeah, here's the world. Let me pull up the world map. Oh, there's the talents. Oh, I'm on an island. Cool. So there's supposed to be ocean. No ocean yet, but there's supposed to be ocean here. Each pixel on here is a terrain chunk. And so you can see some information up here as to like how that chunk should be generated. Got like an altitude. It's got a color to it, which defines like what kind of terrain noise it's going to have. And also what biome is going to spawn there. So this is the noise you can see is gently rolling hills on that one. So kind of, you know, low, very low terrain, not super high or anything. This is default, and I think that's like, I think that's my large thing. But the different areas, the different colors on the map line up with, and so this will be oriented like this. So there's these border mountains going between each of the zones here, and so that white dot is a zone entrance chunk. That'll probably be that chunk right there. Am I gonna put jump scare code in it? Probably not. And what's the theme of the game? It's gonna be like medieval fantasy. Medieval fantasy. You know, mages, warriors, rogues, you know, hunters, that kind of thing. Something very, very World of Warcraft, probably. Vanilla WoW. And so I guess this is only spawning one biome, which is my forest biome. But eventually there will be more. But this is what that would kind of look like if you imagine running through it. My character's not there. Let's find a new seed that I can actually run around. 155, 156. On that guy. There we go. We got a different biome over here, too. You like the procedural generation? Thank you. Appreciate that. Takes a while to implement. Well, yeah, it takes a while to learn, too. God damn. I was so happy to get the 3D noise working. That was like a huge breakthrough when I got that working. I'm actually doing it all in compute shaders now. So I have like a height map shader, I have a 3D noise shader, and then I have a marching cube shader that connects the height map and the 3D noise together. I could just do all 3D noise, but I like having the control over the height map. Like, I feel like I have a lot of control over it. And then I stitch them together and it creates these like massive caverns. And eventually I'll have like ore and monsters down there and stuff like that. Right now there's really nothing down here to do. And it will be destructible terrain as well. I don't really have that working, but I have proof of concept. I've proof of concepted it, so it can work. So where am I at? Where am I at? Okay, so this zone, the LLM is calling it Sable Coast. It's supposed to be a mountain. We're next to Thundervale Peaks and Frostbloom Ridge. Oh, and right below us is the third circle of hell, in case you guys needed to go there for anything. Super cool. I saw you also had culling for some of the trees and grass and stuff. Yeah, yeah. That's kind of left over, though. I may not need to do that with nanite. I am probably going to have nanite on, so we'll see if I need to do that or not. The grass definitely will be culled regardless because to generate the whole world, it's like so much memory. It's so much fucking memory. And if I want to have the whole world online, I got to save every penny's worth of memory that I can. I'm so subscribing to your YouTube channel. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, guys. I just appreciate you guys hanging out and talking and chatting and stuff. But a subscription is nice as well. This is my super craggy, rocky terrain noise, so quite a bit different from, not quite a bit, but it's a little bit different from this a bit smoother noise. You actually see, if I take a step back in this zone, like, this zone is all the same terrain noise, but it's actually being affected by altitude slightly differently. If you notice on this side of the zone, it's rockier, and it's got higher mountains than kind of if you look over here in the... And so each of these terrain noises have different altitude curves. And so, yeah, in this zone, you can see like the lighter each pixel is, and again, each pixel is a terrain chunk. The lighter each pixel is, that gives it an altitude. So the chunk I'm on, 0, 0, has an altitude of 0.57. It goes from 0 to 1. And then all the way down there on the other side, it goes down to like 0.07, 0.27. And so that allows me to get some altitude. And there's some really cool like giant mountains that can spawn from that. So that's pretty fun whenever that happens. Now, can I get to the other zone? I may be able to. And like a lot of, you know, I say this a lot, but a lot of what games do, these procedural games, is they'll just kind of blend seamlessly from one noise to the other, you know, one biome to the other. And there's no like definitive bounds of a zone. And so that's what I want to do a little bit differently. And this is where my WoW inspiration comes in. Like, I want each of these to be an individual zone with a name, with its own story, with its own biome that's drastically different from the zones around it. So that, you know, when you cross the threshold into a new zone, you're like, oh, whoa, holy shit, this is totally different from what I was experiencing. New vibe, new stories, new NPCs, that kind of stuff, new monsters. And that's why they have these different names, and that's why they have these mountains. So these mountains show up on the border of every zone, right? And I do have some zone entrance chunks. That's what the white dots are. But this one, I can't even get to these others. This is kind of a bad start, but there may be a cave. Like this cave kind of... I can, actually. I can run right up there. I can run right up there, can't I? So sometimes it'll be up to the player to kind of figure out how to get into the next zone. And you can either build, you know, you can build some stairs up and down the mountains, or you can dig through the mountains, or you can find a cave. Pre-existing cave. Go through the mountain. Like I just did. Grab some mushrooms. But you got A's in geography in high school. I was actually pretty good at geography. It wasn't too bad. Not gonna act like I was a great student though. And this is my meadows biome, so it's not supposed to spawn in the rocky, craggy terrain. But I only have 2 different biomes now, so that's what we're working with. We got some sunflowers in this zone. Sunflower seeds. Sunflower seeds over here that we can eat. And there should be some hemp and some flax as well. But this is what is this zone called? We are in Thundervale Peaks. Yeah, there's not some very high peaks, is there? I need the AI to actually pick up on, like, eventually I'll like pass in all the like the attributes of the zone and stuff to the AI so it can actually name it properly. Yeah, this is a big zone. A big zone. See if we can find one with like a really tall mountain, because those ones are like really cool. Those are like the coolest looking. Those 156, 157. What are we looking at? Oh, this is like completely flat. Oh, we got some good mountains over here. Some pretty good sized mountains. It's still not the zone I'm talking about, but it is. I hate this error so much. I hate this so much. Oh my god. So if you'll notice, this stack trace it's giving me, it just throws an error here, and I don't get an actual stack trace from this point on. This is like the underlying fast noise library that I have. And so I have no fucking idea what the issue is. I'm only doing this for one single point space. Wait a sec. So position array. Is I mean, I wonder if this just doesn't understand. No, it doesn't. Writer does not understand how to bug or like show what the value of these float arrays. So it's for six positions. And I have no idea. I have no idea. Oh well. Well, back to fixing things and stuff. I will have to figure that out, probably off stream down the road. Quite frustrating, that one. Hello, Kevin. Welcome in. Yeah, oh yeah, we need to fix Frost Nova. Let's fix Frost Nova. Excuse me. Get entities within box. Okay. Oh, that's nice. I don't have to pass the... Okay. I don't have to pass the world context op. Okay. Okay, let's go to the test level and then make sure that still works. We need cleave and Frost Nova. So okay, and he's frozen. Let me get my bow on. Oh Jesus. Again. That's all right. That's right. So cleave, I need more guys to be. So let's spawn more. Where's my spawner here? I wrote this whole entity ECS system. There's a built-in one in Unreal Engine, but I wrote my own because I didn't like. So 1,000 entities. Spawn 1,000 entities. Interesting. Movement info is a struct. And Or is it movement data? No, movement data is there. Oh, I wonder if there is no movement setting for the tag there. Okay. Tag move setting. If tag move, I don't think this should be happening, but just to avoid a crash. Okay, so that should avoid the crash. Oh, okay. But I just need to make sure that the cleave still works. It does a box trace for the entities, and the entities don't have collision on them to save on performance. So I had to write my own. It's essentially like an entity chunk processor that like puts all the entities into this kind of bounding volume hierarchy on the world. That way I only need to like check a limited number of them when I do some sort of AoE. Check just the ones in my like local area rather than iterating over every entity in the world. Entities 1,000. Here they go. So it's super laggy while it's spawning, but once they get done spawning, they're done. Let's do a little stat trace here. No actors. I want a no actor trace just for fun. Here they go. Okay. Good enough. We'll take a look at that here in a second. Let's go test and make sure go test on some of these guys that can't move. And it is intentional that they can't move. Did we do it? I don't think we did it. Don't think we did it. Did we get there? No, we didn't. Okay, cleave just never worked, actually, turns out. Turns out cleave never worked. And spec has, oh, I don't have spec plugged in. Okay, yeah, that would explain it. We don't actually need to spawn it. I'm sure 500 will suffice. Okay, we actually got there. Give me two guys like right next to me. Okay, these two should hit. Oh, son of a bitch. Okay, I need two guys right next to each other. Come on. Okay, there are two guys there. Right? Am I crazy? There's definitely two guys there. Something ain't right. But you know what? Yeah, y'all didn't like that, did you? Okay, come here. Come here. I just need some time to get away. Okay, we got some bogeys. Okay, that definitely did not. That definitely did not return any. Leave is broken. Well, to be fair, it was already broken. What type of GPU are you using? I got a 3080 Ti. We got zero hits. Okay, we're not hitting a damn thing. Extent Z. That's probably why. Wait, what was Extent Z supposed to be? I'm gonna start getting back now. Change that to something like 10. Well, change that to like half height, so like 90. Still didn't work. Okay. Okay, let's only do... I only do the ones that can't move. I don't think we end up spawning very that are close enough to get. Okay, I want them space between 100. Make them closer. I only want the ones that can't move on 100 of them. Those gonna be close enough? No. These two should work. These two should. Still 0. $90 seems aggressive now. That seems like it needs to be half of that. Half, not, it needs to be like 45, right? And let me take a look back at this function. Okay. If there is no world context object or no world. Whatever you. Here. We do. Okay. What's our response? Is empty, me lord. Is empty, me lord. Yeah, what's happening here? How many targets I got? I wonder if I'm doing this Z leniency wrong. Yeah, I need to debug draw these. Copy world. Yeah, target location. And the diff Z, is that? Oh wait, that's just a I mean, I guess just do target location, right? I hate this add Z leniency function. I wrote it and I don't understand it. If the Z value of in vector is outside plus or minus Z leniency from diff Z, it will be set to the min or max of Z leniency. I'm taking location, which is what? Is what now? Which is getting the entities transformed that I've hit. So getting his Z location plus the extent dot Z, which I did say I wanted to turn that down. 45. And what was it? If it's within box. Okay. Yeah, let's just draw that debug sphere and see what happens. What am I currently fixing now? I am trying to fix my cleavability, my entity box trace. So I have an entity system where all these guys, they're not actually like, they don't actually have like collision or anything turned on to save on performance. So I'm doing some special things. Okay. So there's all the positions yeah, it didn't even check any of the ones. So there's a bunch of guys over there. You can't see them because my back is turned. But when I turn there, you will see them. Part of the magic of the entity system. Maybe they were did it cover them up over here? Maybe they were covered up and I didn't see them. Try that again. I have to look in there. I have to look in their crotches. I just joined. Sorry, you don't have to apologize. You are free to ask whatever questions you want. Okay, so yeah, it seems like it's not even considering you guys over here. I wonder if they're in a different, they must be in a different chunk, entity chunk. Let's go try a guy over here. Can I just not, okay, I need to make those larger. Make those larger. 50. That's too big. 25. 25. Okay. Again. Boom. Okay, we are considering all these guys. So why didn't that return true? Are you just like slightly above the box? So I should have dealt damage to both these two guys, I think. That guy might be, this guy might be slightly outside the box. Maybe not him. I feel like I should have dealt damage to him. Let me read my own damn half height. We'll set it to the min or max. If the Z value of in vector is outside plus or minus Z leniency, outside plus or minus of Z leniency, which is the half height of the pawn, is like 90. But I should be turning their, actually, I think I should be returning their crotchular look. Yeah, the actor transform, which is their center, which is right in the crotchular region. So actually, yeah, that should actually be within. Target location should be within. I don't think this is. Yeah, I don't think I'm adding the leniency on here properly. Although the... Hang on, let me see what... Wait for all those to go away. Okay. All those guys got hit. All those guys got successfully hit. Frost Nova? What am I doing here? Skater ground location. Extent is melee range times 7.5. We're using the same function. What did that just do? Oh. Okay, we're actually getting the feet location. Which, yeah, those ones all did get hit based off the feet location. Well, those guys are frozen. Oh, that was loud. I'm sorry. But when I do this guy... Yeah, that should return. So we're getting the feet location. That's the original location. And then it's getting moved up to the box top. I wonder if it's just like slightly too high. Like it's like 0.01 or something outside of it. What is this? Like it's not inclusive or something. Let me try this. Minus equals very small number. What is the UE very... Using AI to look this up for me. There's an actual like constant in the end for that. Okay. Did I actually deal damage to that guy? That did work. Yeah, I feel like it's exclusive on the top end or something. I don't think I actually dealt damage to that guy, though. Go back into cleave. Go there. Will AI replace me? I hope so. I'm tired. Wait, there's none. What? What? Why did that return 0? Get AoE targets. Hit the 2 nearest. Here's the in array. Nearest. Return it if it's less, otherwise, sort this square, get the... Okay, we're gonna try this one more time. Probably more than one more time, if I'm being honest. Oh, get AoE targets is not working. Get a breakpoint in there. Have a good day, you too. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, so we have our hit. What are we stuck on? Targets, I have one. We got there. Okay, why am I not dealing damage to him? Why is this lying to me about things? What happened here? Because things got deleted. Shit got deleted here. Apply damage effect to component. Are we doing this? I've totally forgotten how... What is this? Min damage, max damage. On... curve table row? Yeah, I think base value doesn't exist. That's not why I hit undo and it took me to a different file. That's never what I want. Never what I want when I press undo. Yeah, where was I passing in the base damage value somewhere? I don't even know what this was for. Doing absolutely nothing. Oh, there's a return node just hanging out down there. Okay. Magnitude? Is that what it is? That would be how much damage the current swing is dealing. I don't want to do that. Let's do this. I think I want it to be based on the weapon damage. I suppose I need to know what fucking weapon dealt this damage. Let's just assume it's main hand weapon. Average damage, min or max? I guess we get both mins. And if I want this to work for offhands, I'll need to update. Have some sort of additional payload, I think. Okay, I think this may be what I want. Compile that. It didn't like that. Yeah, I know, you're not doing... There we go. I'm returning a gameplay effect handle, and it wants a gameplay effect spec handle. Oh my god. Find me a fucking... I guess I'm already applying it, so I actually should... Okay, I think I dealt it to the same target. Can the damage numbers go away, please? No, the answer is no. Okay. Thick, okay. I should deal damage to both of these. Okay, so I think I dealt it all to the same guy. So we're dealing extra damage. Target component is actually this now. Yeah, get that. Go away, go away, go away. You just nestle in right there. Cleave, yes. We're fixing the cleave ability because we've changed our traces. There we go, beautiful. It's working now. It's working. Okay, so now I just need to fix this goddamn thing. Welcome in, Odd. How you doing? How you doing, my dude? How you doing? So yeah, I have confirmed that this code is exclusive, less than or equal to. Why is it exclusive though? Why is it like a nightclub in Miami? It's or equal. So why was that? Why was that? I'll run live coding there, and it's not going to work now because I took that out. Bing chilling Ming. How goes your project? What was your last thing you worked on? Oh, did that update? Yeah, it should have. That should have persisted. Don't want the... Yeah, I don't want these guys. Okay. Yeah, so all red. Because they're just like slightly outside. You worked on Cleave last too, that's funny. Mine was working, and I don't know, I think maybe the update to 5.6 like just removed some nodes from the graph or something. Oh, adding the Z leniency. Should I just like make sure I have the I could just like minus some like really small number. I think that worked. Big wins with the animation system and environment aren't? Hell yeah. Had to take a step back and reflect. What are you reflecting upon? What decisions are you making? I've been reflecting upon my building system lately, fixing all of its issues. And some of them have to do with the way I'm doing line traces for the interaction. I want them to be slightly low. Okay, that still didn't work. Was that too? That was too small of a number. I thought that still would have worked. So it seems to work for it works for Frost Nova quite well. All their little feetsies. All their feetsies were within the box, though, so maybe that's not a good example. Maybe that's not a good example. Okay, we're just going to slap a patch on it. Whatever the smallest number is, passes. Fresh victims. Oh my god, I forgot how loud that was. I'm sorry. Oh my god, okay, that still was. Am I doing it on the wrong thing? It's just 2.1 or something. New character animations and art help me see I've over-indexed slightly on player polish. Need more game mode badly. Maybe a score screen. You need some things for the player to actually do now. I don't have any of those yet. Bro, what? Okay, I think I'm doing this on the wrong end. It plus, I think... minus 0.01 plus 0.01. Did you see, by the way, did you see Adder's trailer in the Summer Games Fest? Did he tell you what he made? Or what he was working on? Like, wait, what? I thought this would have fixed it. Okay, I'm doing something wrong. Yeah, it looks insane. Yeah, dude. I thought before I even knew that was him, the Mortal Shell 2 trailer looked fucking crazy. Definitely one of the highlights of the fucking show for sure. It's like, it makes me feel so jealous. So fucking jealous of everything. In like a good way. And what the fuck am I doing over here with my goddamn placeholder assets? See, my guy, he can't even stop swinging. He can't even stop swinging. I mean, we should be getting here. Let me just confirm that we're getting there. We're okay. And confirm that we're not. Wait, what the fuck? Huh? Add Z leniency. Can I step into? Oh, it's not the right file. That's fucking why. Okay. Okay, so we get here. It's okay, so it says if within the half-height box we can treat them as the same, but this should be the same case as Frost Nova. So your Z is 90. That makes sense. Because it is the invector. What is invector? What am I passing there? Target location. Is that 90? That should be the feet location, no? Oh, they're floating in the air. I forgot. I've forgotten. So that's actually their feet location. Yeah, I don't got the gameplay though. I have some nice procedural terrain. I've got the world, and that's it. I've learned that it's actually pretty quick to enhance luster if your systems are robust. $100 on the marketplace, and I transform my project. Ah, yeah, with some assets. Yeah, I've been looking into some things. I've been wondering like what kind of quality to price ratio you can get out of some of like the artists and animators on Fiverr to get like some custom stuff made. From what I've seen, it's a pretty mixed bag, pretty hit or miss as to what you get. But I'm just like wondering like how much, if I had to have a budget and I just spent it on Fiverr people, what kind of quality could I get from you know, making some characters, some animation. Can Houdini be used for game dev? It absolutely can. That was actually something I looked into a long time for my procedural terrain. But that would be offline generation. Yeah, welcome in, No Name. Yeah, I'm not super familiar with Houdini, but I know you can create like landscapes and stuff in Houdini, and then you can import them into Unreal Engine. Yeah, there's probably some more ways it can be used. I'm not like fully aware of what its capabilities are. But anyways, yeah, okay. So I think the issue is here these entities are actually spawning above where they're supposed to. Let me actually fix that. That might fix our issues. Okay, yeah. Why is our spawner like spawning way above? What are you doing? No, let's just do 0. So they should spawn on the feed. I have really low space to run UE5. Yeah, the struggle's real. New hard drives aren't too much though. Delete those. For custom stuff like bosses, it makes sense to hire. But a lot of assets are pretty high quality if you can mix and match. Yeah, the mix and match is what I'm worried about though. Like how do you get them all to feel the same and match, and same art style, same, you know, animation style, all that stuff. Okay, that still did the thing. It still did the thing. Okay, we need some more debugging. Do that before we do the F color. We'll just do blue. And I think more so what I'm worried about with the marketplace stuff is that I don't want other, I don't know, is this weird? Is it weird for me to feel that I don't want other people to have the same shit as me? You know? Like I want to like own unique asset. And maybe I need to temper that feeling, because that's just not realistic for my indie level of development. Yeah, so they're in the box. Now, why are they... The target location. The target location, it should be their feet location. Oh no, it's not. It's the targetable. It's the targetable. I forgot. I package everything up in a targetable. Yeah, and how do I populate that? Remind me. I am getting the actor transform. Okay. So yeah, they are inside. It should not be touching. It should not be touching the location action. You still got to pick things that work well together, but you make it your own by mixing, changing materials, scale. Yeah, ugh. I'm gonna hire Adder. Do it for me. I just wanna program. It's so viable, it caused me to rethink my process. Oof. Do I need to drop some cash? I have an art background though. Yeah, that's the one area I'm really lacking in rendering and art style. Like, I kind of have somewhat of an art style in my head, but I have absolutely zero idea how to explain it. In vector z minus z div. Breakpoint there. We're going to step in. I mean, we can just step. Maybe I can't. Never mind. We're compiling, so don't do nothing. The early step is to create a mood board with different images that have something you really like. Yeah, I have been kind of collecting a series of screenshots and stuff that it's definitely no mood board. Okay, diff z is 135. We are 45. Z is 90. The location is 135. But when I've drawn the point, I hate this function so much. It trips me up every time, and I'm the one who wrote it. It's at 90 because it's using the target location. Then we're going to set it to 135. Because that is the... Why am I doing plus xtint.z? Why am I doing that? Would I be doing that? We're on like quite the side quest right now from trying to change our interaction trace. Okay, that did it. And did the blue ones probably just got overridden? Yeah, they're there. They're in the same spot. Okay. Okay, I guess we need to change that. Let me look there. Oh, stop. Yeah, so their locations were all, yeah, they all got set to... Okay, I think that's what I should have been doing. Okay. I should definitely split up my entity chunks a little bit, because that's a lot of entities to query in one. Yo, let's look at that last, forgot. We did a little Tracy trace here. They actually mostly render thread. Frame sync time. Yeah. Interaction trace now is taking a long time. Yeah. Yeah, 2.3 milliseconds because of the chunk processor. Yeah, that needs to get better. I think I need to make the chunks smaller. And I think one of the things I need to do with that is actually, it needs to work across chunks, because right now it doesn't, so it's not a whole lot of use. The moving tag subsystem taking 2 milliseconds is a bit worrying as well. I think this was for 1,000 entities. If I move to processor, another 2 milliseconds. Yeah, I guess we were waiting for a lot of guys on screen. Okay, that fixed. I had to fix my profiler, no depth to my flame chart. Well, if it's because of the state tree, I think I may have the same issue you're talking about. If is nothing showing up on your profiler, on your trace results, it's because all these got unchecked by the state tree. If that's what you're experiencing, and it was super annoying. So you got to check CPU and what, probably like GPUs, probably CPU, frame, GPU. I think at a bare minimum, these three happened to me. So if that's what you're going through, got to re-enable those, and then you got to make sure you got your state trees closed when you're not using them. Otherwise, they're gonna do it again. We're gonna do it again. Open up select target again. Yeah, so the interaction trace, I don't need that to trace for entities, so we'll toggle that off, right? Or did I say it needed to? I guess if we're doing one on its own here, let's, okay, so back to this. Now that we know that everything works as per usual, let's do this. And then bool b include entities. And that way I can skip it if I need to. Yo, bro. Yo to you. Welcome in, Hamza. Happy Friday, everyone. Okay, and so we're just doing line trace multi-by channel. Now we're going to update this to box trace multi for... Oh, I did by for object. I need by channel. Okay, but then my let me look in there again. From my country, happy Saturday. Oh, you guys are in Saturday already, man. Fucking game. What's Saturday like? Is it a good Saturday or is it a shitty Saturday? I need to know before I get there. I don't want to have a shitty Saturday. So I'd like to skip it if it is. I forgot box trace multi for objects. Get entities within box. But I'm doing a trace by channel for visit. So this needs to be... Where am I using this? Update potential. Potential targets. We're doing trace for pawn. Okay. Yeah, box trace multi by channel. Does one of those not exist? By profile, I suppose, is the corollary. Profile name. Why am I drawing a blank there? Let me look at line trace multi by channel. Okay, so we're doing that. Hang on, let me see. Yeah, okay. Oh, no, that's my own. Okay, so there's no box trace by channel. Okay, this is news to me. What are you making? Which features are you working on? I am making a video game. I am working on changing my collision, my interaction trace. So this little green thing that pops up, which is now broken. I should be able to talk to these guys. But that green line that's happening, I'm updating that. I want it to be a box, so the line trace doesn't have to be like perfectly on the thing. Why did that break? I haven't changed it yet. Did I change that over already? It's the same line trace. Frick, man. Good bro, here is summer season already. So fucking hot. Yeah, it's getting hot here too. 12 a.m. on Saturday. It's raining and wind is pretty good. Nice. I love a nice rainy day. I love a rainy day. Okay, so we're doing line trace multi by channel, but we're not actually getting any fucking hit for it. Is it because they're, I mean, that one works. Apparently now we're just fixing random shit. What? Interaction interface hit component. Okay. When did that change? Isn't there an interaction interface on the Proxyac? There's not. Okay, so that must have changed when I updated the line trace function. Okay, add that to the list. Add it to the list. Yeah, interaction traced. So I think I just need an interaction interface on that class now. For how I'm doing. This is like my own hit result now. It's a my hit result. Yeah. Okay, so I need to write a box trace by channel, I suppose. I need to write that kind of custom. Box trace multi by channel object types. Now it needs to be an E-trace channel. Right? Isn't that what it is? What's the type? Collision channel. Okay. Box trace multi by channel. Where is the channel? There we go. Box trace multi for objects. Okay, so I think we're just going to want to do... What are our options here? And then we do a world sweep multi by object type. Ending in object params. Where does it actually... Oh, it does make box. Is this like a box specific one? Collision shapes, force box sphere, or capsule. Okay. Box trace multi. What are my other box trace options? Single. Just box trace multi. Okay, so we're just gonna have to do a box trace multi. Can we just get rid of that and it works? Oh no, that's the trace channel. Oh, perfect. Okay. It didn't say it was by trace channel, so I thought there was not one. I thought there was one. Good news, everyone. Okay, why are you mad? Why are you mad? Trace query, right? Oh, I read that part, not this. What is trace type query? Can I find where this is used in the engine somewhere? What does that look like? It's just some test file. Okay, just take me there. Custom collision trace types, overridable per game. What is this? I've never seen this. I just want a trace channel. Is by profile what I want? I forget what profile is. Your first game? It is. It is my first. What is... How is trace by profile different from trace by object? And why is there no box trace by channel? That's what I want. Okay, let's look. I might need to boot up the engine here. So we'll just roll with this trace query for now. And before I continue, let's go back and fix this guy real quick. Let's just go ahead and do the box trace multi by channel here. So we need the start, the end. Oh, and I need to actually build the box. Okay. So I need a long, like, narrow box to kind of replace the line trace. How long am I working on this? About 2.5 years now. Line end. I'm just gonna see if AI can just fucking... And actually, hang on. Undo all that. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. You trace. Do trace with any box instead of line. Trace utils box trace multi by channel. Get world, yeah. Just like, I'm gonna copy that. Can I copy that? Oh, damn. Yeah, it's been a while. Do trace with skinny box instead of line with this function. Okay. What do we got? What are our options here? No Claude 4 option. GPT 4.1. God, I hate the fucking GPT. The chat GPT model name. I'm always... Is 4.0 better than 4.1? I don't know. I don't know. Ask. New chat. Can you change the camera line trace into a skinny box trace? All right, AI, do it for me. I built the tools. Apparently it's not just better, they excel at different tasks. Oh god, even less straightforward now. That was pretty fast. Okay, so this is apparently the juice here. So this is the old way. Okay. ECC visibility, yeah, that's what I wanted. I don't need your comments. Okay, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, this trace channel is going to be awkward. Trace query 1. We'll see. I don't know what these trace queries are. We'll see what that means. What are we doing here? Start. And yeah, that matches up with what we wanted. Half size. Yeah, 0.5 or 5 in the X and Y. Interaction distance times 5, half the trace length. Okay, and did I set up the draw debug? No, but we do have the trace colors and stuff. So I should add the draw debug. Okay. Okay. I guess it doesn't have a... Oh, it just draws it if draw time is over 5? Is that what I'm reading? Kind of annoying. It just always does. Wait, why do don't the other ones have a, yeah, they have like a draw debug type. Why is box trace so like... Okay, it checks the draw there. Let me check that. Box trace multi. Draw debug type. Oh, draw debug type is passed in there. Did I miss that? I did miss that. I did. Okay, I'm fucking dumb. Okay. I'm dumb. I thought it was a Boolean. Draw debug type. Yeah, let's draw it. For 1 frame. Okay. Let's see. Let's check out what these trace query things are once we boot up the engine. I'm gonna grab a beer. I think it's beer time. I have some knowledge on good authority that Saturday is going to be a good Saturday, so I'm going to start that a little early. Thanks to our informant on the other side, Hamza. Hope that's it. That's nice. That is nice. Okay, let's take a look at this box trace. Oh my jizzle. The orientation, Is it drawing like a square? It's kind of hard to tell. Okay, so the extent. Interesting. Okay. Hit camera rotation. This should probably be something like end minus start dot rotation. I wonder. Is that any better? No, not really. No, it's not. It's probably the same rotation. Okay. Let me look at the trace thing real quick. It's probably in project settings. Trace query. You can have up to 18 custom channels, including object and trace channels. I understood why there was a limit. I'll have to look up trace queries. Unreal and... Which is supposed to correspond with trace type query 4. Is it now? Okay. Well, that gave me the info I needed. I didn't know the trace type queries corresponded with different trace channels. Okay, so that hopefully settles that. We'll see once we actually start interacting with things. Okay. So I feel like this box is it's kind of dummy thick. Although I do feel like this half size extent is the same as half size, right? I keep getting this mixed up. Or is extent all like the full thing? Okay, I'm gonna AI the shit out of this. Okay, is half size the same as extent, or is extent like the full thing? They both refer to the half length. Can anyone confirm that? Okay, they're the same. Okay. So then why? So we're making this box correct, I think, but maybe just the debug drawing is incorrect. So we should be. Oh, what about? I forgot. Hang on. Thank you. What I just got. I have a scene for this. Right at the vibe coding. Yeah, I'm a vibe coder now. Look at that. This macron. How perfect that. Oh yeah, chocolate hazelnut. Very good. Don't look at me. Stop it. Very tasty. Okay. Drawing this, yeah. First of all, we don't need those anymore. We don't need that. I think maybe these debugs throwing me off. Let me comment those out for a second. I think those are throwing me off here. Let's see what the built-in trace function. Okay. What are we doing here? Why are there so many boxes being drawn? I guess I am using this function in several places. Is that why? Start and half size orientation. Now that is not the box that I want. I want give me this little skinny guy right here. Give me that guy, but oriented the other way. Why is there a big box too? I'm getting a hit right there. This is is that just how it debug draws the box? I guess it's drawing this green one because the hit is right there. Drawing it from the hit location. I went like that. Okay. Perfectly level. Okay, it's still. Let's tone this down a bit. Okay. This is an interesting result. What if I just did 5? What is interact distance here? 500. 500 times 0.25, that's like what, around 100? If I just did 5 point F. Point F. Well, just give me a 5 by 5 by 5. It should be a tiny little cube, right? Oh no, but it's sweeping it, right? Oh, it's gonna sweep it. That's what I'm misunderstanding. I was just gonna have one long box, like this, you know, and yeah, like that. So it's start box, end box. Okay, I'm fucking done. What a crazy! It looks like I'm like in the cockpit of a fighter pilot now. Okay. Okay, that was a lot easier than I made it out to be, actually. Do is 5 enough? I don't know. We'll have to play around with that and see if that's the desire. Let's go interact with something. Let's I need a forest, so let's pop open a new seat. 158. Okay. We're in the middle of the ocean. Bad seed. 159. WoW 2? Yeah, this is it. Welcome in, Bretsky. Hope you're doing well. Having a good evening, as we are. I know the sounds and the borrowed icons from WoW. I'm not trying to make WoW by any. Okay, I'm next to an ocean. I am next to an ocean. Okay, so I needed a different zone. What zone am I in? Moonshadow Glade. Next to the Amaranthine Coast. Oh, a lot of simps over on that area. Stay away from it. Okay. Moonstone Quarry. Winter's Bite. Yes, the desert known as Winter's Bite, of course. Of course. Okay, we're not even getting we're not getting nothing there. Could be. What is Unreal Engine trace query? What are these supposed to be? Oh, it has been assigned to trace type query. One of my are you supposed to assign these yourself? Okay, let's just change that to trace type. Maybe that guy was wrong. What did I get for just blindly accepting advice from strangers on the internet? Wait, what? Why are you, Okay, we're just gonna restart. That should not be... You shouldn't be angry. Oh, I put an E there on accident. Oh, that just messed up everything. One of my favorites on here. Okay, welcome back. We needed a new seed anyway. We needed a new seed anyway. Yes, I know. Okay, what are we generating here? Okay, we are in a forest. That's good. That's what I need. kind of a boring seed. Oh geez, I'm in it, aren't I? Okay, let's find some mushrooms. I see some, but they're all underground, so that's not a good example. Here we go. Oh, okay. Okay, so trace query 1 was what I wanted. Take. Although now I do think this should be bigger, so let's play around with the size now. And it's not about the size of the trace; it's about how you use it. But we're kind of size queens. We're gonna increase it. Go 20, because I feel like 5 very small. So let's pop it up to 20. Hey. All ink. Okay, that's a nice sized trace there. Oxy. Okay. So is that the kind of tolerance we want for the tracing? I kind of want to get rid of the debug drawing and see how that feels, because that's kind of throwing me off a little bit. Done. Okay. Oh, wait a second. Oh, I'm too. I need the interaction trace to be a little bit farther, because I feel like I should be able to pick this up from. That's, yeah, because the box is like picking up a little bit, isn't it? What I really should do is I should kind of trace for a lot longer than what I expect the distance to be, because like I'm setting the distance based off where the camera is at right now to where the trace should end. And it should be farther, and then I should check whether the thing I've hit with the trace is close enough to the player character. I think that's a lot better way to do that. For interaction. Let me find a mushroom that's not just like all the way in there. Yeah, the trace needs to be a lot farther. Yeah. Okay, let's fix that now. This is just, it's all just. I have interact distance. Okay, so now I need to find out where this is. Oxy. Okay, where is the update interact trace? We're setting it to 500. That's the interaction distance. So I think we should trace from farther than that. Maybe should we just square that? That's too much. Maybe just times 2. It's just times 2 on that. Times 2. And then 4 each. hit in out hits if hit dot get dot location. Now, should it be the location of the thing I've hit, or the location of the hit, the impact location, the impact point? Location of the impact point would allow a little bit of the bounds to come through in this equation, which I think matters. I think that matters. Let's do impact point. If f vector dist of hit dot impact point to we'll just get location. I can just get focal location. Yeah, get focal location should work there. And if that's less than or equal to interact distance, set the results and break. Or rather, return true, actually. Return true there, and then at the end, return false. Because, yeah, we don't necessarily need to know what the result is anymore. We're kind of like manually. Okay. Now we're going to base that off of the locations. I hope those are right. And for those maybe just tuning in, I kind of have 3 different tracing systems. I have one for my ECS system, my entity system. See, that's more so the tolerance. Okay, interesting. I need to draw it again. Turn the drawing back. Yeah, but I have a trace system for my ECS entities because they don't have collision on them, so I have to iterate over all the entities and check the distance there. And I put them into like a kind of spatial data structure. Oh, because I'm hitting the terrain. Isn't this supposed to be a multi-tree? Then I have one for the terrain as well, because this procedural terrain is not always going to be there. And you can see over here, there's no mesh actually rendered or generated here. And so I'm just like exporting the raw vertex and triangle data, which is essentially what this, it's all, each point on here is a vertex, and then the order that they're connected in is the triangle data. And so I export those as custom nav geometry, and I don't have to actually create the terrain, collision or anything. That saves on memory and performance. And that's how I know where to place all these things. I know where the terrain is going to be there yet. So I'm trying to combine all 3 of these traces, and then the third one is just the built-in collision traces. But yeah, I'm trying to combine all 3 of these. And right now we're working on changing the interaction trace from the player. Like that should be hitting, right? Unless I'm misunderstanding the purpose of a. I guess I need it to be like interactable too, because I'm just returning the first one here. That's why. So I guess I'll need to. Well, I need to change this to return all of the hit results, and then they need to be filtered through by the player, or not by the player, by the caller, the calling function. I think so. Let me find. I think I've only used this in a couple places, 2 places maybe. Come on. Okay. I use it in several. Okay. Oh, the area, building the area. Oh yeah, and then for the or the Blizzard cast. Select target was the other one I was thinking of. And I'm trying to think about it. It's just returning one. The first collision. And for the building the area, I think I would want to just go to terrain specifically. Well, no, I could want to do it on a building too. It'd be like a building or terrain. Select target is like specifically a targetable. Update interaction trace specifically an interactable. So it's like either I can pass in like a callback function, which I don't think you can do that in Prince very easily. It would have to be like a like one of those bound delegate event handler things, which are kind of ugly. I can make specific ones, or I could return all the results. I think I have to return all the results here and let the callers figure it out in order to make this kind of extensible and whatnot. Okay, so yeah, I guess I'll do that, then I'll make wrapper functions for it. Exos, hello. Welcome in. We're having a good evening. Or morning. Out hits. Yeah, so then this we just kind of get rid of because we're going to do that somewhere else. We just do that, and then, like, I guess let's make wrapper functions. U function, blueprint, callable, category, camera trace. We're going to return bool, and this is going to be interactable. Out hit, interact distance, ignored actors, include entities. I think all that still applies. Actually, I want to put that underneath. Put that underneath. Okay. So we want to call the camera trace, get a result from that. And then that will give me hits. Which this should return a single out hit. We'll need to create, yes, give me that. Where did that go? You knew what I wanted. There we go. Thank you. Out hits. For each out hit and out hits. And false at the end here. Okay, out hit. Copying that hit. So here's what we do. If implements interface interactable. That's actually pretty close to what I want. You messed up the get actor. Do I need to get the class there? I don't. If the class implements it. Interactable. I suppose that's fine. And we need to check the distances. If interactable distance hit dot, we'll do impact point to get focal location. If distance less than or equal to interact distance, then we do this. Okay. So I think that's what I would want for the interactable trace. So I guess I'm just going to create custom phone. All this stuff. And the other one I was saying I would want like terrain or something. Because like the other ones are for like AoE targeting and stuff. This one I need entity, or not that one. This one include entity. And that one I think will be its own as well. Make that one. View function, make a blueprint callable. Camera trace, of course, bool. This will be targetable. Out target? Is that what I... Yeah, I suppose so. Although I kind of just want to stick with the hit results. It's the multi part of it that I need. Those. Okay. So yeah, I'm just going to copy everything we have here. And the distance on this one, I don't know that I need to do this one, multiply it by 2 again, just to get the farther, make sure we get all of them. This one, I don't think I need to multiply by 2. Hit targetable is valid. I think that's all I need to do. No distance check necessary. Yeah. Then that way I don't need to do any extra logic here either. Okay, rebuild all that. Oh no. Okay, so I forgot I was doing it here. This one I think I just want the first hit. Is there any other places I use that? I guess we'll find out when this builds. You're building for action. I've got a nice Voodoo Ranger Juice Force IPA here. Nice and tropical tasting. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to change everything. That's 0. That's wonderful. Yeah, open all of them. Okay, so this is the interaction trace. Or no, I was saying git. Interact trace. There. Git. Oops, no. There we go. Okay, so we're fixing them one by one. Ignored actors, pop that in. Don't need entities. Okay. Is there a certain gen to look for when getting a laptop? The matter my old ProBook doesn't support Windows. I have not shopped for a laptop in quite some time. Does it matter that it doesn't support Windows 11? I don't know. I'm on Windows 10 still, so you can maybe take some solace in that. But it is going out of commission. Windows 10 is going out of support in like October or something. I hope they push that back. That just basically means you will no longer get security up. But you know what? My parents still have a laptop that runs. So yeah, maybe just don't enter your banking information in on that laptop, and I think it'll be... this is select, so this will be targetable true. Okay, so this then we'll just go right in there. Or no, we need to break. And then we can get rid of that. Beautiful. I don't know that generation matters so much as what these specs are. At least for me personally. Okay. What else is broken? You broken too? Okay. You just did a copy. The first one. If true. That one should be fine, actually. Okay, camera trace, range dist. Okay. What do I want to do with this guy? Just get another copy. This one's going to fail too, though. That one will fail. I think I need to handle this differently anyway. Because like when you're placing the AoE target reticle, there is a range to the AoE, and I want it to stop at that range. The like when you think about in WoW, when you're going to cast an AoE, got the thing on the ground, the reticle on the ground. And if you look just out into the distance, like when your camera trace wouldn't be hitting the ground, it stays on the ground like directly underneath. So I need to do like a line trace down there. Novlikes, welcome in. Can I ask what it is exactly that you're doing? I made a game in Unreal Engine. That is what I am doing. What I am doing specifically right now is updating some of my camera trace logic for like interactions and stuff. So, and I'll show this in a second. I mean, this is fine for now. Maybe I can show it now. We compile, we do. Okay. So I'm changing the line trace that I do to check if there's anything interactable in front of the player where you're looking. It's not the seed I wanted. But I changed that to a box. Here's that box. And I did this because I didn't want you to have to look exactly at the target. Why are you not responding? I sent you my trace. Please respond. Is AI replace 3D animation and game-ready assets? I think you're asking if AI is capable of doing that. In my opinion, no. I have not seen anything that's quality enough to do so. And nor would I think gamers would accept that. Like, I don't think you'd be able to put that game on Steam. It would be nice, though, because I suck at that stuff. It'd be kind of nice for prototyping. Yeah, why am I not getting a trace now? I should be getting a trace. Trace type query 1. Wait, no, I did get the I'm getting the hit on it. I see it. So it's just not interactable, I guess. Is this okay? Hang on. So we gotta let's debug a bit here. Startable trace, interactable. We want this guy. Okay, so we are getting some hits here. We should be getting a couple. It should be like terrain and the flower thing. I want to become a 3D hard surface and PBR texturing artist. Is it okay? It's okay with me. I'm not gonna stop you. What system am I using to make the game? That will be Unreal Engine, I think is the answer. And my conclusion is that AI will create a premium on high-level human craftsmanship similar to Persian rugs versus Overstock.com. Oh, how I wish. Oh, how I hope you're right, Odd. How I hope you're right. I don't think so. Because a lot of human craftsmanship is actually paid for by corporations and advertising right now. And they don't care. They don't care about you as a person. There are already a lot of AI usages in commercials and ads now. So I do not, I don't, I wish I could agree with you, but I don't, Odd. I don't. So there's just going to be less demand. There's going to be less demand for human art or craftsmanship. And unless there's something to increase demand. So I don't think that's how it's going to play out, unfortunately. Okay, what actor is this? What did I hit? Nothing. Like, if we're just talking about games in general, I think maybe you might. Local industry regard. I do have the sunflower. I'm gonna guess that this, I don't know why I did it this way, because I can just like cast. And it's like, sure, one line it, why not? I think AI will create a more service and connection, like social economy. Like, I think a lot of the content that people are creating on the internet now, I think that's going to increase. You know, YouTube, Twitch, you know, TikTok, Instagram, all these things that the people are making money from other people looking at their stuff. I think that is a lot more people are going to start doing that as the jobs that are goods driven start to disappear. The jobs that are automation prone, you know, including my own as a software engineer. Okay, we're still not doing interaction traits, but I still think like people want human to human interaction, so I think that's the follow up to that. I think people still want to interact with other people. They don't want to interact with AI, and AI is a novelty in that regard, and probably always will be, because you know it's not the real thing. So we're never getting there. No, we're not. Hang on. Okay, so let's do this. Actor. Just so I can see what the actor. A little better. And like, AI is not coming for the masseuse's job. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you can buy a back massager now. We'll still go pay for massages. Because there's just something to it. Okay, so I'm hitting the terrain chunk. But the component is the sunflower. What? How does that work? Oh, because the component is on the act. Yeah, we need to do the component. Do I always want the component? I think I need to check for both, actually. Let's do this. Actor is interactable. Auto. Component is inter. Yeah, okay. So either one. I guess I need to check the distance check I'm doing needs to be on if the component's an ISM. I need to check that specially. What about AI and development side? You mean like for programming, coding? Yeah, I think the job will change pretty drastically. I think it'll change from people, you know, we're not going to be writing code so much anymore. We still need someone to oversee what the AI does. I think my job will change into basically just doing code reviews all day. I'll be reviewing AI written code. And I think that there are going to be less people per team, maybe even just one person per team now, even in the large corporations, unless demand increases for software. Maybe this increases demand for software because it's easier to make now. PSI How, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. But yeah, something needs to increase demand because the supply for software is going to increase dramatically. So if demand is not even out with that, man, maybe it does. Maybe because software is very easy to create, more people are able to start new businesses. When you have a business, you need software, right? You need the cloud, you need these things, you need advertising, you know, all these things that other businesses provide. So maybe the demand and supply both increase with AI there. And if that's the case, then yeah, the job just changes. The job just changes. But there are lots of layoffs happening. So that's pointing to the demand is not there. Now we're also going through some economic unrest as well in certain parts of the world. So hard to say how much of these layoffs are from AI, how much is from just corporations tightening their belts and being big ol' dickheads about it. Just started learning UE5. I like blueprints, but I want to focus more development sides. Any suggestions? You mean like you want to focus more on programming? Go for it. Dive in. My suggestion would be get Writer. That's what I'm using here. Free for non-commercial use now. It does a lot better job of teaching you how to write Unreal Engine C++ code than Visual Studio, and I wish I had switched a lot sooner. That's my one suggestion. But other than that, knock yourself out. Google, use AI, go for it. My buddy just vibe coded his startup MVP in a few days compared to the 15K he was quoted for someone to build it. Yeah, but I take it your buddy doesn't understand how to actually ship code. That's the difference, right? Writing the code is actually the easiest part. That's the easiest part of the job, actually. Little do non-coders know, writing code is the easiest part. It's dealing with people, interpreting requirements, doing all the infrastructure systems related things, the CI/CD pipelines, you know, all your release flows and stuff like that, your integration tests, you know, all the auxiliary stuff around coding that is actually the most important part. Not gonna lie, I built a military grade security IT and cybersecurity IT environment for a rocket. You know, Aurelieth, I believe you. When's your IPO? Do you need angel investors? Hey, you say that to the right group of people. You got a chunk of cash in your lap, I think. All in 1 to 2 months, due to AI, with 0 previous knowledge. Good luck. I don't know how much of that was a meme. It sounded like a meme, but yeah, good luck. Because like what I said, you need to understand how software, like writing code and software engineering are not the same thing. And from what I've seen, AI cannot be a software engineer. AI can write code like the Dickens, but it cannot be a software engineer. And I work at Google. We have some internal stuff that's pretty cool. It still cannot be a software engineer. So, like I said, all the production-related things, all the things that, you know, all the things in between writing the code and actually having it running on a user's machine, being secure and tested and maintainable, all of that is the hardest part. If they can't be bothered to learn the easiest part, how can they manage the hard part of running a business? You know, yeah, I think a lot of people find that out. We're in the fuck around stage, I think, still for a lot of people. But I mean, I've seen those tweets on like Reddit and stuff where like, I don't know how real they are, but it'll be like, oh, I just vibe coded a software as a service company in 2 days. You know, like programmers are cooked. And then the follow-up tweet is like, it's something like, what is cores? Like, or it's like, someone, what is SQL injection? Someone just DDoSed me or something like that. You know, because they don't understand all the stuff it takes to actually ship code. It's just good at getting you started, focusing on things in general direction, but of course there's a lot of legwork involved. Yeah, I agree with that. Also fun stuff like managing versioning and database migrations. Yeah, the whole database side of things as well. And like, how many people understand that, you know, you're not supposed to have your API and database in the same, on the same server, you know? All the server infrastructure things as well. Like, of course, if you know about that, you know to ask about that. I'm sure AI could give you some good general directions there. But like, that stuff's a pain in the ass to set up. That's an entire job. Like, being an SRE is an entire job. I'd say AI just makes learning a lot easier. Well, it kind of depends on what you do with it, right? If you're just shooting from the hip, willy-nilly, you know, not actually understanding what it's outputting to you, which you can go a lot faster that way, then you're not really learning that much, right? And I think a lot of people, what they get into is like they're you know, maybe they start doing it that way, and then they get relaxed, and then they're just like guessing and checking, kind of, you know? They're just prompting and checking. Does this work? Okay, it doesn't. Try again, AI. And they're not actually understanding any of the code that goes into their code base. And like, I've seen the Cursor subreddit. Cursor is the IDE that has like all the vibe coding built into it. I think that's probably the most popular one. I think it actually got to a $500 million valuation faster than any company, faster than OpenAI and Anthropic and all those companies. But a lot of people say, like, once their code base gets to a certain size, like, the AI sucks because the context is the context starts to break down, and then it's because it's not really writing maintainable code. You know, it's not refactoring and stuff like that. link me your vibe coder project. Vibe coder, here you go, localhost. Yeah. That's the kind of shit that they're gonna get themselves into. You know? Vibe coding is such a meme. I wish it were more of a meme, because I just got an email for an upcoming vibe coding week. Yeah, scary from management. That is scary to get that. Customers who refuse to upgrade are the best. And that's another thing. Like, the rate of human adoption for AI is going to be a lot slower than the pace of technological progression, right? Like, how many mom and pop shops are there that still have a fucking beige beast sitting under the back desk that haven't even migrated to the cloud, never will, you know? They're running Windows XP on a fucking gateway beige beast in the back, you know? There's a ton of companies like that, right? Like, companies still don't use the cloud, you know? So it's going to take a while for people don't even really, I don't even think we understand how to use AI very well, right? A lot of people don't understand how to use an email for vibe coding. Yeah, a vibe coding week. Yeah, we've gotten multiple, like not for weeks, but like they're trying to get us to vibe code more. And it's like the auto completes that I have internally are great. They're amazing. I can write a test file so fast now. It is crazy, actually. If I write the code well and the functions well, the test file writes itself now, which is awesome because I hate writing tests, unit tests. Which, how many people have vibe coded those, you know? Anyways, that's awesome. The autocomplete's awesome. And I feel like that's what it's going to take to actually, when the auto completions get to a certain level, and they're getting there, that's what's really going to take off. Not this vibe coding, I'm talking with an AI agent kind of thing. Because I don't want to. That takes too long. You know, I already know what, most of the time I already know what I want to write, you know? And so that's why the autocomplete helps. Because when it shows up, it's like, that's what I want to write, you know, just hit tab, move to the next line. I'm saving so much time. Especially for what I do for work and not when I'm doing game dev, it's a lot more exploratory. When I'm doing it for work, I know what needs to be done. I know where all the stuff needs to go in the code base, you know? So when that autocomplete, you know, gets a lot better, that's when we're going to see it really take off. And that's the kind of way that it's a seamless usage of it as well. Like, it's not just, hey, figure out the right way to prompt the AI, right? Like, there is a skill involved in that. There is a flow involved in that they're trying to get us to learn, that people still have to kind of learn, right? Like, oh, what are your, like, because, you know, they have the files for like the system prompts or something, like the pre-prompts to like make the AI match your style or whatever when you're vibe coding. It's like once it gets to the autocomplete level, that's what's actually gonna increase the vibe coding usage. Because I'll just need to write like a function definition and a comment, and then it'll take care of the rest of it, you know? The Z editor has great AI autocomplete. Saves me a lot of typing at work. What model is he using? Submit. Hello, welcome in. I'm new to coding. What are you doing? We're making a game, and I'm actually yapping right now. We're not actually doing any game. They call it prompt engineering, right? But yeah, I think once you don't need to do that, that's the actual juice there. Because then it's working, the AI is seamlessly working with you. And you don't have to be going back and forth. I don't have to review the code that AI is writing, accept this line, not that line, prompt it back, okay, don't do that, do this instead. No, it's like working seamlessly with me. And once it gets to that level, and a lot of, like I said, the test files write themselves now, which is freaking awesome. Which is awesome. And it's all, you know, AI prompting is great for general things. I use it quite often for a lot of like mathy questions in game dev math stuff, vector math, like I was just doing not too long ago. It's great for the general questions, but once your code base gets big enough and you've written a lot of your own systems, then that's when the context window of the AI starts to matter a lot. And from what I've seen and what I've read, that's what starts to break down first in the AI. But anyways, let's get these interactable traces working. So I need to know the impact. Well, I guess if we do impact point, that's fine. Actually, this might be fine. Let's try it out. I just finished a huge Java project. Seeing more code makes me want to throw up. Yeah, especially Java code too, Adam. Git request manager, factory implementation, or impl. YouTube mobile stream popping off. It is. Oh, Odd, you're over on the YouTube Shorts. Yeah, what do you think? What do you think about I had to update the mouse tracker script. And I actually I figured out you can actually hook into the Windows APIs, and I figured out how to make it understand when the mouse is hidden so that it locks the screen center. You see how it did that? Because my mouse is hidden now. It's taken over. Because like before it was all haggard, and anytime I would be like in the playing the game, you know, and then my mouse is taken over, it would be like way over here on the side or something, you know. So once I spent some time looking into that little Lua script, now it like seamlessly goes back to my mouse and stuff like that. Then I switch over to my code window and we got that going on here too. So yeah, finally spent some more time on it, and yeah, viewership on the YouTube Shorts has increased because of it. There we go, and we're interactable. We are interactable now. Okay, let me get in. I wanted a new seed though. We want a forest seed for the mushrooms. 160. Someone give me a seed number. Someone give me a number to try, and we'll see what kind of world it spawns. I'm almost ready to leave Twitch behind now. You just wait. You just wait till I work on YouTube Live some more, which I haven't at all really yet. I'll give you the script if you want it though. I should probably make it a fork. Am I using some game engine? Yeah, this is Unreal Engine 5. Have I ever used the ChatGPT API? No. For my game, I have AI generated quests in the game. This is a good seed. And I actually hit the Gemini API for that. And not the, I haven't, I'm sure I will eventually. This should be hitting that. What's my trace distance? Yeah, that should be hitting that. I feel. I can actually go up to my colonists and stuff, and I can generate a quest. And I hit the Gemini API with like my entire for 2069. I have tried that before. I'll try that next. But I hit the Gemini API with like my entire item database, and I give it a JSON structure to fill out. I'm like, hey, fill out this JSON structure with like a medieval fantasy game quest, and it actually does a really fucking good job. And I picked Gemini because it's cheap as hell, and it's got the longest context window. So I can pass a lot of stuff into it. Yeah, what are we hitting here? Because I feel like I should be hitting the mushroom. I feel like I should be hitting the mushroom here. Is the camera trace getting the, I mean, I guess not, right? How does the box trace multi work? I guess it wouldn't have done it. Yeah, this is only getting the trace, and this is the built-in function, right? Out collision hits. Still just one. Still just the chunk mesh. Have you checked out Copilot from GitHub? Yeah, I have that installed in Writer right now. I use that in Writer. That's what the autocompletes are for. What programming language? Unreal Engine has C++. It's got its own reflection system built on top of C++ with like garbage collection, and hooks into their visual scripting language, the blueprints. Insane context feature right now, and contains all the other AI models. Yeah, you know, I have that. That's what I was using that just a second ago. And if y'all are interested, check out the AI. I'm shilling so hard right now, but check out aistudio.google.com. Don't use the Gemini website. Don't use the Gemini website. Use this. You got all these fun parameters to mess around with. This is better. If you're not already, and you'll get like the latest. You'll get like the latest stuff here. If you want to try out the Google stuff, I'm pretty sure this Gemini 2.5 Pro is not the same as this Gemini 2.5 Pro that came out like less than a week. It's probably that one, the older one. How long have I been coding? Since I was like 16. So what is that now? Like 14 years? Made me age myself. Copilot's also got the prompt feature in browser. What do you mean by in browser? I use the Gemini. Marcus, you got aistudio.google.com. Use that instead. I'm telling you, way better. Way better. And you, like I said, you get the latest and greatest there, and it's like cheap, too. It's like free for the first like. It's effectively free unless you're hitting it with like some code. If you're hitting the API like a lot. Oh yeah, I'm not interested in going into a browser. Like I use that very rare. I need to figure out why this is not getting a hit from this little mushroom motherfucker here. The hit object handle. It is hitting the dynamic chunk mesh. Not actually hitting the... Okay, let's go look at the world again here. Like, is that not hitting the mushroom? I mean, come on, that's going... The corner is going straight through there. So in your opinion, how has coding changed from when you were 16 and now? Yeah, I mean, it's changed. I mean, I would say not a whole lot. Or maybe some standards have changed. Up until AI, right? I would say not a whole lot. Just like, you know, cloud got popular, CI/CD got popular, UI frameworks got popular, but, you know, up until, I mean, that's not like a huge change. You know, AI is very, very different. The autocompletes are so nice. I mean, I guess that's working better now. But is it included on the plan? Yeah, Marcus, like the first so many are free. I forget what it is, but it's like, it's effectively free. What is it? UI remains free of charge. There you go. This is the API pricing. UI free of charge. UI free of charge, and you get the latest and greatest model I got. And the 2.5 Pro is quite a nice one. Why don't you try blueprints for this? I use both. I use blueprints and C++. This trace is actually happening from blueprints right there. There's the trace. I do some other stuff there. Ain't the hitbox kind of big? That's the point. That's the point, because I don't want you to have pixel perfect aim. Now this is a weird situation where it's hitting both. You know, which one do you actually want? I should probably sort through and get the closest one. But like, you know, for some things that they're just kind of small, so see, like this should be hitting it, right? Maybe it's because it's underground. Is that the reason why? I think so. Yeah. But yeah, the point is for you to not have to be pixel perfect looking at the thing, interact with it, you know. And another purpose, let me do this. It was to try and fix this issue. So we have, let me show you with the dummy foundations here. If I want to build a house, put that there, and like if I look at the side of this, it'll snap it to the location it needs to be snapped in, right? That all worked very well. But like for this one, if I like hover this above, let me build this real quick. So, oh my god, the interaction trace isn't working. Oh, because is the visibility, wait a second, is the visibility channel not true here? Visibility, it's set to block. Oh, these don't have the interactable interface. That's why. Don't they? No, they do. They should. Building base object. Building object actor. You should have. Don't. Why add it in blueprints then? Is that why? I thought they had an interactable interface. Huh. Forgive me for the questions. No, feel free to ask away. What programming language is your favorite? Or like the one you like to work with? I mean, right now, I think the one I'm most comfortable with is Dart. I work in Angular Dart the most, so that's the one I'm most comfortable with. I do a lot of Java as well, but I'm not super fond of Java. I mean, a good programmer will tell you that they don't have a favorite programming language, and that their favorite programming language is the one that is best for the job. And so for game dev, that would be C++, I believe. You know, C# can work if you're in Unity. A lot of good usages for Python and stuff like that. Like you just pick what's best for the job. And after learning your first programming language, you'll be able to pick up the other ones a lot quicker, because you'll kind of understand all the concepts and everything, and the syntax is just different. So yeah, I like Unreal Engine C++. It's quite nice. And I don't really have any major gripes about it. I have a lot of gripes about Angular. Dart's a fine language on its own. Angular I don't like as much as React. Dependency injection kind of sucks. So how do I do the interactions here? I forgot then. So I can just like shoehorn. Let me just like, I can verify if this is the issue real quick. Shoehorn it in. Where was I doing it? Interactable trace. I need to check if the actor, the actor, I guess. Let me check here. Object handle, reference object building. Okay, so I can just like shoehorn this in. I can say like actor is building. My building base. Nice. Sick vibe code, bro. Okay. Okay, yeah, run that. Does UE have teams for collaboration? I'm not sure what you mean. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Like, there are a lot of teams at Unreal Engine, I suppose. Thank you for the follow. Nippy Boons, welcome in. I'm just now realizing that multiple sounds are happening when an alert goes, but I kind of liked it. I didn't intend for two of those sounds to happen, but here they are. I would like to learn Rust, just quit using Java. The object-oriented approach that Java implements gets very complicated with big projects, even small ones. Dude, you and I are cut from the same cloth, let me tell you. And I use Java in some pretty big projects, and it sucks. And, you know, the more I program, the less I like all the object-oriented, here's my interaction. The less I like all the object-oriented, solid principles, you know, the less I like that. I do really like a functional style of programming, and I think locality of behavior is probably one of the most important things. But anyways, like if I was looking right here, see how there's a little gap right here? In between this, it's probably kind of hard to see on stream, but there's like some stilts, right? There's a gap there. If I was looking right through here, I would not be getting an interaction trace. I would not be getting this response. The UI sucks. Ignore that. I would not be able to build it if I was looking right there. I'd have to look right there or right there. And it's extra annoying when you're placing another one and you look through there like I am now. So I need to update the building trace to go through there now too, which is in blueprints. Are there any 3D packages recommendations? No, I don't have any. I don't have any. I do not work with 3D stuff in Dart, unfortunately. That sounds cool though. That sounds cool. I'm sure they have some extension of like the HTML canvas somewhere somehow. Where do you get your chill WoW music from? It's right there, Bits and Hits. Bits and hits on YouTube. I hope that's visible. Is that visible? But yeah, in the now playing box, that's the song there. So you can search up Bits and Hits on YouTube. And yeah, it's all free to use as long as you credit them. I meant working together in UE. Oh, you mean like, are you talking about like the little like code, like a kind of like code with me feature? Ryder has that somewhere, right? Yeah, code with me. You're talking about a feature like that? I don't think so. I don't think so. So yeah, I need to update the trace here, which probably happens. Oh, I know what it's called. What is it called? It's called update process or something. Yeah. Update process and then update target actor. Wait a second. Update placement. Here we go. This is what we're looking for. Get trace hit results. So I need to change these over now. Scooch that over. The line trace by channel. Yeah, let's do the box trace. Box trace multi by channel. And so this should just be like a return the first one as well. Although, no, we need to do not that one. Camera trace. Interactable trace. Interact trace. Am I fucking dumb right now? Oh, I need a reference to the player control. That's why it's not showing up. What class is this? It's a raw. Oh god. Okay, I have to cast. Oh no, I have to cast. Do I want to do that? Let me check the size map for this. Oh, sick. It's already included. Already included. 120 megabytes, the player controller. Yeah, so when you cast to something in a blueprint, it's loaded at all times when that blueprint is loaded. I am casting to the player controller. This blueprint is 132 megabytes. And so because I'm casting to my player controller, that casts to all this other stuff somewhere. Apparently there's a texture on the bow that is 27 megabytes. No, 16 megabytes. And it's because... Right? Okay, so it's because I include the blueprint utility functions where I cast to my HUD class. My HUD class has a system menu, which I guess references the player controller. But this is kind of fine because, like, the buildings are always going to be loaded anyway. Like, so it's not a huge deal. But I could just do the box trace manually, you know. And honestly, I should probably just make these static. Because this is like a... Yeah, let's make these static. That would fix that issue. We'll do that in a second. No, I want to do that. We're going to do that now. Okay, now we're going to pop open the Giga utils. My generic utils, which is 1,400 lines. And we're just gonna smack another function in here. Is there a good place for this already? I don't think so. Actor maybe? Entity, math. I mean, it is trace utils. We should put it in trace utils, right? Let's put it in trace. Camera traces. Big function library. I know it's been begging me to get refactored for eons now. We like our dummy thick utils files. So I have an issue. Whenever I open any blueprint or anything, it's opening in a new window. But I need it to open in the previous window. But a new tab where I can change those settings. I don't know if that's an option. There are some settings for that. That'll be in editor preferences. I like the open in a new one. I think this is the option. Is it asset editor, open location, main window, docs in the main window? Oh, I think I know what you mean. Yeah, this is the setting you want. And yeah, that is annoying. You're saying it opens in a completely new like window, and you want it in a tab. Yeah, I misunderstood. This is what you want right here. And yeah, that is annoying that that's the default option. It should not be. So yeah, it's trend. This is what you want right here. Asset editor, open location. Or just type in open. Be the first one there. Simple things like changing the size of a decal from blueprints isn't possible without a sweet static function. Yeah. The statics are nice. The statics are nice. And what we're gonna do, actually, let's just copy pasta here. Copy pasta is like ye olde vibe coding, in a way, you know? Is that a stretch? Now the camera trace end location is kind of, I guess we should put that one in there too. Okay, slap that down there. This is camera traces. Replace this with trace utils. Import that. Player camera manager. Now that's what we're going to need to pass in. Interaction interface include get focal location. We'll need to pass that in. What is vibe coding? I hear it everywhere. It's when you like. It's when you use like a window like, so this is a Copilot. This is Copilot's like AI chat window. And it's when you just use like this or this tab and you just give it what files you're talking about or give it some files for context and you say, hey, make this feature. You know, you just give it instructions and you just let AI take the wheel, you know? So that's kind of vibe coding, where you're not actually writing the code yourself. You're just kind of like letting the AI do it and reviewing what the AI wrote. And it's kind of a meme, but like I said before, less of a meme than I would like it to be. Kind of scary. Sandeep, welcome in. What are you doing? We're making a game. Unreal Engine 5. We're working on camera traces at the moment. Kind of changing it around a little bit. And right now we're doing some refactoring. We're moving some functions around. We're making some nice thick static functions. That should be changed to Blueprint Pure now. I don't know that I actually use that. And so we want to pass in a player camera manager here, I suppose. What is the type of that? What is your type? A player camera. Good enough for me. Const, sure, why not? Update that. Yeah, undo. We don't want to create the declaration writer. I wanted you to update the existing one. And like what I'm doing now, like this is faster than vibe coding, right? Like having to type in exactly like, hey, you know, do this across multiple files. Not that fast, I feel. And having to figure out like the right prompt to get it to do what you want. Also, this should probably be the first. That should probably be the first. Get camera trace in location. Yeah, we need to pass forward the player camera manager there. Let's make that the first param on that one. Okay. Let the compiler do your vibe coding. Yeah, the ye olde AI. Just compiler all the way down. Now, what are you, ambiguous function call? What are you talking about, brother? What are you talking about? Why aren't you happy? Oh, because you're const. Duh. Okay, there we go. Get world. Okay, so we can just player camera manager get world now. Don't need that. Vibe coding makes you fast, but simple error takes your time. Yeah, and when the project gets too big, it'll just become even harder. The AI will take longer, you know. Vibe coding is good. Why should I spend 2 hours trying to implement Dijkstra's algorithm when I can just write a prompt to it in an AI? See, that's the thing that it's good for, though. It's really good for the generic things. And I use it for stuff like that, too. I had it write me a finite difference method function, and it was really nice. A trilinear interpolation function. Really fucking nice. It saved me a lot of time, actually. For the really generic, you know, known algorithm things, math things, I use it for vector math, rotational math. Very nice for that. Awesome for that. Awesome for that. So we basically just need to player camera manage, which, let me first, before I go off and do this. Okay, we can't access that from there. Should it just be a player controller, though? That'd be nicer. Maybe. Yeah, it probably should just be a player controller. Yeah, because I need that too. A player controller. Player controller, we can use it there. Okay, camera trace, we need one more player controller, and we should be good. Okay, are we good? Time to rebuild and fix everything once again, which is just, I guess I am living up to the title of the stream, which is fixing stuff and things. See you later, have a good time, you too. Thanks for hanging out. Boilerplate, yeah. Player controller, camera tree. Yeah, so now you're going to be trace utils. Player control. Now, for anyone on the vertical stream over in YouTube Shorts land, if you prefer a horizontal format of stream, which probably is better for watching this type of content, I do have the horizontal YouTube stream on my channel, or you can come hang out with us over on Twitch as well, if that's your thing, if that's your jam. Now, what I need YouTube Live to do, and I can't say much, but I would love them to do raids. I would love to be able to raid people on YouTube. Because that's the thing that I really like about Twitch that has helped me meet a lot of really cool people. Odd Oculus, one of them, shout out. The homie. Dr. Elliot as well. Another big one. Jed and Finn, you know, all the other Unreal Engine guys over on Twitch. There's a really nice community in the software and game development section. It's small but mighty. Just like, you know what, never mind. But yeah, I would like for that to be in YouTube Live. What's your PC specs? 3080 Ti, 7700X Ryzen. I think that's probably the. Where's the actor cast character? Camera trace. $64 gigs RAM. Why am I casting to this? What am I in here? Do I need to do that? Just like git component, but no, I can't do that. I don't know that I need to do that. Oh, and then I need the camera trace end location as well. Which that should be camera trace end location. I do use this in. That was weird. Okay. Goodbye. That just turned into like a little sliver. That was kind of funny. That's so silly. So silly. I'm gonna need to go back through and fix this because I don't think I need to be casting to my player here. Just to get the player, because like now I can do something like this. Right? Okay. Odd. You're here, right? Does this always get the local player controller first? I want it to so bad. This editor is scary as its primary method for working in UE. Yeah, the only method. And it's not so scary. I mean, I guess compared to other game engines, yeah. I believe so. Okay, we're shipping it. We have Odd's blessing. We're gonna do it. Did you test it? Nah. Odd Oculus said it was cool. All right, cool. Yeah. You get used to it. It's not so bad. It's not so bad. But there are a lot of systems. There are a lot of systems in Unreal Engine to learn. And I don't even know all of them. You know, I'm still learning about new things in Unreal Engine that I didn't know before. So there is quite a bit of a learning curve, but it's not so bad. And it's game dev, so it's fun. Fun. This is fun. We're having fun. I am having a good time, though. Good Friday. Happy Friday, everyone. If it's Friday, happy Saturday if you're in Saturday already. If you got the early access Saturday DLC already. Camera trace. We're doing it again. I just changed it, and now I'm changing it again. Okay. Oh, split screen is the gotcha. Yeah, no one. I'm not doing split screen. The dying art, right? I hope. Okay, get camera trace end location. Beep it boop it a poppity. Camera trace. Okay. I know, super riveting stuff here. I will say, refactors are satisfying. Interactable trim. Go. Honestly, I should probably check some of those other locations. I probably don't need... the casting in some of those places. Interactable trace does need to include entity. 6 a.m. Saturday. What are you doing? It's 6 a.m., my dude. Are you waking up or are you going to bed? That's wild. I am in the United States. Okay. Are we good? Are we good? Oh, I told you I would try that other seed. Try that. Uh-oh. They're gonna crash. We good? Oh, it's gonna crash. Okay, we gotta rebuild one more time. Don't forget to connect the box on the right with the box on the lower left. Oh, I wish I knew what boxes you were talking about. The noodle connecting of blueprints is not my favorite thing. I do prefer just writing the code most of the time. If it weren't for, like, if live coding was better, I would just do it all in C++, I think. Okay, we're gonna do seed 42069. I said I would do that and I did. So we're doing that. Oh, okay. We have terrain. So it's not just an ocean seed. Just woke up from an intercontinental missile blowing over my head. Goddamn. Well, stay safe, friends. That's crazy. I'm so sorry you got to deal with that. Did you use foliage for trees? So this is all PCG spawned. Well, I think I'm falling through the world right now. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we're falling through the world. I need to fix the terrain gen. I messed it up. It's a good looking seed though. Hello, please. A good looking seed. I like this nice mountain that we should have landed on. Yeah, this is nice. This is sick looking. Why is it so laggy though? Unfortunately, I can't really test on this seed. Oh, I guess we still got PCG stuff. Yeah, we got a nice mountain here in this zone. In between Iran and Israel are in the middle, or like a playground for them. Yeah, that fucking sucks though. You gotta worry about that, you know? I mean, I'm sure it sounds like you're used to it, which kind of harrowing to think about, but yeah, that fucking sucks still. I want so bad to spawn a procedural iron forge in these mountains. So bad. And Odd, I know you know what I'm talking about. Like, how sick would that be? You know how Iron Forge has those like little turrets, those little towers that stick out of the mountain, you know? Big gates right here, you know, little turrets and outcroppings. Some nice bold brassy music playing. A giant forge in the middle somewhere in this cave. You know, a bunch of dwarves running around doing dwarf things. I want to get there so bad. This is a nice looking seed. I do like this, but we need one that we can test with. How about 421? 69. How about that? It is completely ocean. Skip that. Oh my gosh. Wait, how is there a... Oh, I stopped it right when I was spawning. God damn. Okay, we gotta rebuild again. Do some API work in an editor like that because management doesn't understand code. They don't understand code in the visual editor either. And I'm sure it was their idea to use that so they could. And then they still didn't end up doing it. I will say having management, oh, I just did this one. Did it. Having management that understands on some level how software works, if they can code, even better. Oh my gosh, okay. We're gonna try again. I once had I was doing contracting for this company, and the guy that was like giving me the work also knew SQL, and he would just give me the SQL queries and be like, hey, use this data. And it was so nice. It was so fucking nice. Shout out to that guy. Okay, we need a new seed. Let's go back. What were we at before this? Like 180 or something? Or no, we were probably at 190, right? The assertions, my goodness. Okay, okay. We're good now. We're in a nice red biome, although I've fallen into a hole and I can't get up. Yeah, how do you guys feel about climbing in games? 'Cause I feel like it's... Like, I'm specifically thinking about, like, Breath of the Wild-esque climbing. Because, like, I don't like it that much. It's not engaging gameplay. And it... Oh, my God. We've crashed again. Jesus Christ, dude. It's happening so much tonight. But it's like, one, it's not engaging gameplay. And it just allows the player to kind of brute force problems. You know, oh, just climb over the mountain. You know? Like, just don't follow the path that has all the cool shit spawned on it. Just climb over the mountain. You know? But I do think I need it in my game, at least a little bit. Because the terrain can get a little gnarly, you know? It's going to be really annoying to navigate around if you can't climb at all. So maybe I'll just do like a limited. Assassin's Creed climbing is cool. I agree with that. That's because it's, one, it's quick, and two, it's the animations are really good. It's not like there's any, you're not doing anything, right? You're just like holding two buttons, right? You're just pressing like the fucking up button. So it's not like it's engaging gameplay either, but it does look cool. So there's a visual component to it that's... What is seed? Are you generating terrain based on the seed every spawn? Yes. And so given the seed, the terrain and everything on the terrain will spawn the same. Oh, this is a nice seed because I've got access to the other biome over here too. Oh, this is a lovely seed. This is a lovely seed. What zone are we in? The Guard's Tower of Vigilance, which is supposed to be a desert. We're next to the Echoing Caves. The Inca Mountain of Gold. I'll definitely need to make sure the AI doesn't use any cultural references like the Inca. Slumbering Dragon, which is a forest. It's just called Slumbering Dragon, not even the Slumbering Dragon. Oh, it's right next to Slumbering Giant. That's so cool that ended up like that. It's a kind of a weird, wonky zone. We're also next to Twilight Spire, which is a swamp. And Midnight Abyss, which is a mountain. Why is that chunk horde? Why is that chunk so low? Cluster 404, hello, welcome in. Manage my team similarly. Hand them something half finished, let them tie a bow on it so I can work on something else. Like connecting bubbles in a flow chart. You know, the important stuff, connecting the bubbles. But, you know, I know you're probably doing like metrics related things. Let me tell you, management loves those metrics. They do be loving those metrics. Okay, let's go back to the building thing. Verify that worked. Okay, so building traces, boom, boom. We're gonna build us a little house here. Okay, yeah, we're building more. Okay, so I'm gonna destroy those. Let's get some actual build. Use the non-dummy boys. Okay, yeah, these are, hang on, let's undo that. We're gonna make it really high off the grid so I can see the stilts and stuff. Do high as it goes there. Oh, I forgot to update this trace. Okay, that's what we needed to work on. That's what we needed to work on. Here. No, go back. This one. Okay, here's what we needed. Noodle time. It's noodle time, baby. Okay. No, we wanted the camera trace. Interactable trace, I think, maybe? No, because we need all of it. We need all of it. Landscape is just a mesh spawn. It is a dynamic mesh component. Yeah, so these are each dynamic mesh component. And each pixel on this map is a terrain chunk. Is one of those chunks. And each color represents like a biome or a zone. The edges get mountains along them between the zones. The white ones are zone entrance chunks. So that'll be like how you can get from zone to zone. Black is ocean. And then the darkness and lightness is the altitude of each chunk. And so each zone's like noise settings, because they each have different like parameterized noises. Each zone's noise settings kind of dictate how the chunks get affected by the altitude value, which most of them is not much. Good night, Chad. I'm going back to sleep. The siren stopped. Oh man, I'm happy you get to go back to sleep. But thanks for tuning in, Adam. We're happy to have you here, and yeah, thanks for hanging out. Have a good night, buddy. So yeah, I wanted to put borders along the zones to create like more of a contained space, and I say this a lot, but I think about games like World of Warcraft, where each zone there is like it's a contained thing that has its own story, its own assets, you know, and it's drastically different from all the neighboring zones. That's what I kind of want to go for, rather than the Minecraft or Valheim type vibe, where they kind of seamlessly blend from one to the other, and there's no like defined zone with a name or anything like that. No territory. How long have I worked on this project? About 2.5 years. So we're finally getting to a point where our systems are all coming together. Got a lot of them going. I need to get the player controller. Player controller. Now the interaction distance. Do I have that already somewhere? Trace distance. Yeah, I do. Okay, cool. Ignored actor. I can just get pawn here. Isn't there a get player pawn? Get control pawn. That's what I want. I definitely don't want. I just don't need it to hit player controller. Don't need to include entities. Ooh, I do want it to hit like landscape and shit. Yeah, I think I have to do a custom one for this. I think I do have to do a custom one. That's not what I wanted, but thank you for that, writer. What are we doing here? Targetable trace, interaction trace. I guess I just need to use the camera trace by default and then select the first one. Yeah, we'll just do that. We don't need entities at all. Pop that in, pop that in. Start and end. I guess I don't need to do any of that. Yeah, all this can kind of go away. Got like a top-down trace too. We can get rid of that. And then I guess I'll just want to, we should branch on if we get a hit or not, for sure. If true, get a copy. Get the first one. Oh yeah, and this is a my hit result. Can I make hit results? Oh no. Okay, we may need to update. Oh, that's gonna be a pain. Hit floor ignoring actors. What mode? If race to mouse mode. Ooh, we need to add the placement build. Good point. How do you handle the height difference between zones? So I spent like fucking 2 weeks figuring out a weighted distance blend. And so it's not just between zones, it's between every chunk. Every single chunk does a weighted average blend for every vertex. And so if I this is a bad example. Maybe I can go find one. Let's look, where am I? Maybe if I run over this, what's over there? Yeah, this is kind of a good example. So if you look at this noise over here, you see how it's all like rocky right here? It's higher up. This is being affected by the altitude. These chunks are not so much. These chunks are. And so each chunk does a weighted distance blend between each of the neighboring chunks per vertex. So every single vert on these chunks, and here's an example of what the verts are. There's all the verts. So for every single point that you see, it is getting its value of what it would be if it were rendered with each neighboring chunk's terrain settings, including the altitude. And it tallies all these up and then does a weighted average blend based on the distance it is to each one of those. And that was hard as fuck. I'll be honest with you. That was so hard to figure out. But once I did, chef's kiss, you know. So that's a good example there. And each zone has different terrain noise, so I needed it for that as well, not just the altitude. Yeah, that was a major pain. Now, what else is going to be a major pain? Let's just delete everything. Goodbye. Well, before we do that, let's make sure. Maybe let's make sure it works first. And the return value here is a hit result. I need to change this to a my hit result. I'm gonna just screw everything up. Yeah, I know, it hurts, I know. Hit actor, goes. File, okay, hit result. Yeah, this one needs to be updated to race hit result, my hit result. Yeah, I don't, we can just change it. Fresh? Why are you, oh, for this one, yeah. Okay, now we can. Now that fixed it. And then we got fucking more. Okay, yeah, we just need to like re-break these. I hate that the built-in hit results has like a custom break function. It doesn't just use the built-in break, and I don't know why, because it doesn't do anything special, really. It does some like things for like getting the actor and stuff like that, but come on, just build that. Build that. Buster, thank you for the follow. Thank you. And welcome. Welcome. Oh shit, what did I just grab that from? Point, yeah, impact point. I will say that notification does scare me a little bit. I think I need to turn the sound down. because that did startle me. I just changed a bunch of my. Okay, where else does it hurt? Trace result location. What is that? Do I split? Did I split the pin? Trace it result location. What am I doing here? I probably need the impact point here. Get attach point for building closest to the impact point. Yeah, that's definitely fair. Trace it result again. Break. Impact point. Trace end. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait, that's a thing? Oh. Okay. Okay. Here's an issue. Trace end. Okay, I didn't know that was a part of it. I didn't know that was a part of it. What do I do about that? I guess I'll have to add that. Yes, okay. Okay. I was hoping we could just get all those fixed and test this in-game without actually having to rebuild, but we're going to have to. Yeah. Okay. This is why I hate that break function. Now I have to go in and add something here. I knew this was going to happen. I knew I would forget one. Break hit results. F vector. Trace start. Yep, that is it. Trace start and end. Come on. Go. There we go. Oh yeah, they need to be ready. Oh, you followed again? I didn't even realize that. Oh, that's annoying. So now I have to rebuild and we gotta do that. Okay. "22 actions." I changed one function. 22 things need to be. It scares you, so I do it again. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. I think I just need to adjust the volume a little. And I don't know where the second sound is coming from. Because there's the two sounds. There's like the... I should pick some WoW sounds. That's what I should do. That fits the vibe of the channel, I think. The brand. I hate when people call... like when content creators talk about their... like the cringiest fucking thing. You gotta make it... Taking it that seriously. Not fun. Not fun. It's supposed to be fun. Okay, is that the last? I hope that's the last one. File, save. Okay, now back to the get trace hit result. I think that's everything we need to do. Put that above. I gotta rip out all the WoW sounds. Yeah, you and me both, don't we? They're so nice though. They're fucking iconic. Fucking iconic. And like, how do you, I don't know how to describe what kind of sounds I want. You know, Odd, have you thought about that? I don't know. You're kind of a musician though, right? So you probably have a much better, you're so much better equipped for this than I am, and I'm jealous of that. You got the artsy fartsy background, and I have zero of that. I have zero of it. Okay. Let's make a house. Okay, it's not working at fucking. Okay. Does it work with the regular? Nope, okay. Blocking hit is false. Or rather... Wait, should that be returning false? I don't think that should be returning false. My statics. Yeah, no, that shouldn't return false. Right like that. Sound design is weird, Foley is weird, but oh, those Foley people are so cool though. I do know one game that I want to like explicitly cite for sound design. New World. New World has probably the most noticeable sound design in terms of like sound effects. Not like music or anything. The music is good in that game, but the sound effects stood out in that game so fucking much. Like they made such an impact on me. It was crazy. Like they made chopping trees, gathering herbs, and mining rocks. It made it so fun because the sound design was so goddamn good. Bacon sizzling in a pan sounds more like rain than recording actual rain. I have heard that, yeah. I'd want to hire someone and just give them the WoW sounds as reference. And so you just say like, use your own creativity, you know, like take this as inspiration and do your own. And then how do you give feedback? Like, oh yeah, the level up sound isn't level uppy enough, you know? That's the thing that's, can we get this done? Writer, please, or live coding? Johnny B, hello, welcome in. How you doing? How you doing? We're sitting here waiting for live coding to finish. That's what we're doing. That's what we're up to. So it's gonna be a long stream. Put the player in MRIs and measure the dopamine. I mean, surely we're like less than a decade away from just going full VR, you know, simulation mode on every human, right? If the AI overlords allow us, please. Okay, I'm gonna cancel. I can't even cancel anymore. Okay, we're gonna have to rebuild, and that's super annoying. I changed one line. Changed one line. Unreal Engine. I just think most people will be bad at articulating feedback, so your hired professional is probably pretty good at understanding what you're trying to say. Yeah, I just, with sound design, it's just so hard to describe things. Same with art, too. I mean, I just don't know how to describe, like, if I wanted a specific change to be made. Also, I don't even know that I would know that I would want a change to be made. And like, maybe I can just be like, I like this, I don't like this. You know, like, this is okay. I think what I would get is, like, a lot of things just being, okay, this is good, this is fine. But, you know, I would like it to be better, but how do you articulate what should be about it? I sure learned what pop meant as a design consultant. Yeah, that just means, yeah. It just means, like, throw extra shit on top of it.
Hello.
Oh, no.
John Cena!
John Cena!
Why are you running?
Why are you running?
Why are you running?
Mango Tear. Put it in reverse, Tear.
Hey,
Put it in
Finn.
reverse. Oh, Lord.
Oh, Lord.
Jesus.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, Lord.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. What the dog doing?
Okay, it's over now, I promise. Thank you, Finn. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome into the stream. I just changed my raid alert. I just changed the raid alert. I'm sorry for the chaos, but welcome in. How was your stream, Finn? How was your stream? If you guys don't know Finn, Finn is fine. He's an excellent Unreal Engine streamer working on a horror game. So if that's your jam, check it out. He's a very artsy-fartsy guy, just like Odd Oculus. I think, Finn, would you say you're a, what do they say, a technical artist? Is that what you think your proficiency is in? He's all right. He's quite good. He knows things that I don't know. Quite a bit, I would say. We've been working on doing, like, changing our camera traces. So I changed it from a line trace to a box trace. And the tracing in my game is a little different because I actually have 3 different tracing systems. One of them is just the regular default built-in collision tracing. Another one is for my procedural terrain because I don't always have the terrain like generated actually. So like if you look over here, I'm showing the nav mesh and I have all these terrain chunks, right? Now to save, I want the whole world to be rendered and running for the Colony Simulator part of my game. And I need to save on memory, you know, as much as possible. And so what I do is I take the vertex and triangle data for these terrain chunks, and I just save that, and I don't actually generate the chunks. And so I export that to the nav mesh, and that knows how to render that without me actually having collision built for the nav mesh, saving on memory. And then I can also store that vertex and collision data, which looks something like this. There's all the vertices. I can actually store that in a bounding volume hierarchy type spatial data structure, and I can trace through it very efficiently. So I have that tracing system, and that's what allows me to place PCG on the terrain as if there was tunnels and stuff here, because I know that there will be because of the way I do that. Now, another part of what I'm trying to do is the Colony Simulator part. Like I said, I want it to be online at all times. When you send you know, colonists to go chop wood, I want them to actually have to run over to the wood and chop it. And if there's a wolf in that forest, I want them to get attacked by the wolf, you know? And so even when you're not there, and this is a big world, each pixel on here is a terrain chunk. Each terrain chunk is 12,000 Unreal Schmeckles big. So I think, what is that, like 1.5 kilometers? So it's a pretty big world. And I want that to be all online, or at least as much as possible. I don't want any of that, like, you know, you send 4 colonists to chop wood, so that's 40 wood per hour. I don't want that. I want the real thing. So I built my own ECS system. I know Unreal Engine has mass built in. I wasn't quite happy with that. So I built my own. As you'll find, I do a lot. Built my own terrain system as well. I will probably end up rewriting gas because it is not performant enough to run on thousands of entities at a time. But that's my third trace system, is the entity system that I wrote. So my entities don't have collision on them. And so I have to store them in a kind of pseudo bounding volume hierarchy as well, where I just kind of I divide the world into chunks. And I make sure each of the entities are assigned to a chunk. And then that way, when I do a trace, I only have to check through whatever the local chunks are for that trace. I only have to iterate through the entities in those local chunks and not the entire world, you know? So that's what we're kind of working on now, and we're working on specifically the building trig, so for the building system. Now, did we actually get a hit here? We did. Okay, so this should be working now. It was working. I clicked out of it. There we go. So we can actually place terrain. Oh, it's a little shitty. It's not. It doesn't work quite as far away. Oh yeah, it is kind of shitty. Oh, it's hitting me. It's hitting me as a player. That's not right. It ain't right. Is seed terrain or static landscape? Which is better optimized? Oh, the landscape 100% is better optimized. 100%. Use the built-in stuff. Don't do what I'm doing. You rewrote tracing as well as a part of gas now. Nice. Yeah, so I wanted like situations like this. Like you see this little gap here. This little, oh god, this little, I can move over here. This little gap right here, before there was just a line trace and it would just go straight through here. And I don't want to have to add you know, special collision on all of these, or like a little bounding box or whatever. I don't want to have to do that on every single building object that I have. So I'm doing like this box trace instead. So that way, if I look in between these two, it still gets a hit, right? That's the big part. Now I'm hitting like myself, which is not right. I thought I was passing myself in there. I am. Is that not being respected? Not respecting my authority. I love the landscape layer materials, but vertex color on regular meshes goes pretty far. That's another thing that I wrote as well. I kind of rewrote. I didn't rewrite anything, but these are all vertex colors as well. And I actually, Ben, you might find this interesting, but I think I figured out a way to get infinite vertex colors. I think. I need some extra help on it. But if you look at, let me see here. We're trying to find a spot. Has it? There's not very much rock here. But these are all like vertex colors, and this is generated with like random noise as well. And so this is me putting the color on each vert there. And man, I can't find an example of this. Bad seed. But I have 3 materials right now. I have rock, stone, and dirt, or dirt, stone, and grass. And with regular vertex colors, like, you'd be limited to 4, 1 per channel. And you could do like 8, you could 12, you could do multiples of that, but you would need to, you could only blend between things in opposite channels, right? And so, again, I don't have any examples of this. It's all just dirt to graph. And so if you pack everything into one vertex color channel, it has to go through each of those things when you blend it. But what I do is I just pack the IDs of the vertex colors. And so I have like this terrain material type. Can that show up for me? That'll work. So I have this terrain material type enum, and these are like the IDs that eventually get packed in to the vertex colors. And in the material, usually vertex colors are interpolated in the pixel space. They go from vertex space to pixel space, and so that's why like the interpolation happens. But if you actually pack them into the UV channels, they're not. And so you can still maintain that vertex space interpolation. I'll have to pull up my actual material to show you. But I can blend, essentially I can blend between what I think is infinite materials. If I can actually find the goddamn thing. Yeah, here it is. Okay. So R has, so the vertex data has a material A, a material B, and then an alpha for like how much A to B there is. Right, so alpha is in blue, A is in red, B is in that, or I should say material 1, primary material ID and secondary material ID. Now here is me putting it into the UVs. And then here is me like getting the blend value. Like I multiply it by 100. So right now I can have like 100 different vertex colors. But I mean, you could divide that by whatever. I just did 100 to make it easy. And then if you pass that through the vertex interpolator, so here's grass, here's dirt, and here's stone. And I can actually blend directly from grass to stone because I bypass the pixel space interpolation by packing these IDs into UVs, which takes up extra memory. So that's the drawback. And then passing it into the vertex interpolator. So I don't fully understand what the fuck I did. Let's see if we can find a different seed that actually has some of what I'm talking about. See if I can remember. I feel like 21 or something had this is what I was like testing it on. Maybe, maybe not. Oh god, I'm just flying up into the heavens, aren't I? Oh, this is a cool seed. We got different colors here. Yeah, I'm not blending between the different biome textures, which is something that's on the list. did I break my vertex colors? Or my vertex data generator? I think I did. Because now there's only dirt on a certain level, or stone on a certain level. There used to be stone showing through. When did that change? When did that change? Anyways, I think I did it, but I need some extra help to get it, like, perfect. But essentially, the thing is, like, I can blend between grass straight to stone without going through dirt. And that was previously not possible with the or like conventionally not possible. I should say not like, it's not impossible. It's not the normal way. But yeah, it looks like I fucked up my vertex data because it's all like the stone just exists at a certain level, which is not the intention. I didn't realize that happened. I have like a whole vertex data generator that like comes up with what material the terrain is supposed to be made out of, and this will be used. This is already used for like the footstep sounds. Like this is the grass sound, and if I go on the dirt, it'll changes the sound. So I have infinite physical materials now as well, rather than being constrained by the however many physical materials you're limited to in a regular material. Because now it's just all vertex data based. Adder was saying that there are performance considerations to blending too many materials, so being limited to 4 via vertex color isn't so bad, all things in the end. Yeah, I think for most scenarios you don't actually need infinite, right? And I know that like you're essentially loading all the textures into memory. And I think for probably most games you don't want that, right? You don't want that. But I think for a game like mine, where like I don't want to be constrained on the number of textures I can have on a single material, and I want to be able to, like, how would you be able to blend between 2 landscape auto materials, you know? How would you be able to do that? Because like the conventional way to do it would be to you just have 1 giga landscape material, right? If I'm not mistaken, that's how you would do it. And by the way, Finn, I know you're probably out of here. Oh no, you're still here. But thank you for the raid so much. I never thanked you. Thank you so much. And as you always say to me, if you need to go, if you need to take a break, please do not feel obligated to stick around. You can blend sufficiently advanced materials into each layer, which opens stuff up for you a bit. Your next step is substrates. Oh god, I wish I knew what that word meant. It's like I kind of like, what I did is I created a render target or a runtime virtual texture for each terrain chunk. And then I wrote each terrain chunk's material onto that render target and blended it in that render target. And then I rendered the render target. But that took up so much goddamn memory because I was making a texture for every single one of these terrain chunks. So that wasn't really realistic. But these are both the same auto material, just with a different color parameter for the grass texture. So I think theoretically I should be able to blend them. Theoretically. Basically, it's principled BSDF shaders. Yeah, those are letters. I recognize those letters in Unreal. It's out of experimental and into beta for 5.6. Oh, Finn. Oh, Finn. My sweet summer child. I don't know what those letters mean. Your infinite knowledge is lost on me. What was I supposed to be doing? I was supposed to be testing building, and it was hitting my player. It's still hitting the player. I didn't change anything, but it doesn't actually seem to be doing that. Okay, where is it right now, actually? No, that ain't right. That's the part that's messed up about it. That's the part that is messed up about it. The end location is not there. Not right. It looks like it's like 0, 0 or something. What do I, what do I want to do? Where do I want to do that at? The hit results. Wait, hang on. Where is this called from? Okay, right. It takes the hit results and outputs the trace end. That should be set. It should be set here. Hang on. Why is the trace end not where it's supposed to be? Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Where do I do that at? Right here, right? Yeah, that's 0, 0, all right. That is 0, 0. Okay. Why aren't you behaving? Trace end. That sure as hell is 0, 0, isn't it? I'm not hitting anything. So it doesn't populate it? Is that what I'm understanding? Wait, how was it doing that before then? If that's how the trace works. Go back to trace hit result. What were you doing before? Nothing special. Bidirectional scattering distribution function. God, that is the most gigabrained thing I've heard today. It enables far more advanced layering and subsurface scattering. Think about stuff like quartz now has layers under layers. That's the extreme end example of how BSDF works to make everything a bit more interesting. Okay, it kind of sounds like what Lumen is for lighting in that it's like a super advanced new way of doing things that gives you like the extra shit that's like not actually super necessary. Like you don't need all the extra bounces from Lumen really to make a good game, but it does take it to the next level in terms of like realism and artistry. I don't need like the subsurface stuff. I just need to be able to blend between any given two materials, right? Because it kind of sucks that you either have to use layers for that, material layers, which means that it's all loaded anyway, from what I understand, or you have to use something like render targets or runtime virtual textures or something, which just take up for me would be a lot of memory. But I think now, with what I have actually, I would just be able to pass in the same thing I do for the vertex blend on the terrain noise. I would just do in the material now. So I'd have to pass in my parameterized terrain noise, which would include the color. I would add a parameter for that, the color difference or the material difference. And I would blend there. But I think I could do it now. But yeah, every single texture is going to be loaded. Unless I come up with some giga-brained... Because you can pass in textures as parameters in a material, right? So theoretically, like, don't reference any textures directly in the material. Only reference the texture parameters. Then you can get around that? Is that right? And so I would just kind of like I would create dynamic material instances for every single terrain chunk, passing in its textures that it needs, and then the textures all of its neighboring chunks which for most chunks is the same. So there wouldn't need to be any additional ones loaded. But for the border chunks, there would be. And then that way, when we run out of view distance of like, you know, this one up here, it'll unload that texture. I think that's how I would need to do that. It was developed for static rendering. It underpins PBR materials, so its use in real-time materials is pretty big. We'll start to see stuff shipping with it in the next year or so, I reckon. Are you using it? Are you shipping next year? Need to know. The fans need to know. Also, the fans need to know why my trace end is not being populated when I'm using the exact same thing. Well, no, I guess I'm not. I guess I'm not, huh? I see now. I'm using it, but I didn't care about shipping in the next year. Yeah, I feel you there. Yeah, I never actually set anything here. Okay, so wait, how does that work then? How does this out? Let me read this. Give me this. Oh God. Okay, we're going deep, I guess. Oh my God, dude. How many functions are there? T-scene cast common. Oh Jesus. Oh my God. We're getting to the uncolored function names now too. Race common imp. Oh my God. Art works too. T-scene cast common imp with retry request. Oh yeah, these are some banger function names here. Out hits. Reset out hits. Okay. Does that actually, that looks like it might set. Yeah, it sets the start and end. Okay, so I think it's because it's doing a single instead of a multi. That seems to be the difference here. That seems to be the difference here. Okay. So I guess I can just do a manual check to add those. Okay, let's see. Well, no, because it's a multi, and I'm going to return a hit. Oh, man, I'm going to have to write this all custom, aren't I? Because that's going to be weird for everything else using this box trace function. Box trace multi by channel, so I need a box trace single by channel. There I go, rewriting things again. It is quite late for me, though. It is quite late for me. Keep going. Oh boy. Because I'm gonna have to write a single version of it. All the single ladies, all the single traces. And then I'm gonna have to make a new camera trace static as well. You can get uncommented. Didn't mean to leave you commented out like that. So rude. Honestly, let's just do this. Instead of creating two new, I mean, maybe I'll need a box trace single in the future. I can just create a new one here. Like this. Let's do building placement trace. Oh god, it did the whole function for me. And honestly, this just needs to be, can I do the built-in box trace single? Because that's all I really need. The camera trace, well, no, we have to do the camera trace. That's like, yeah. We don't need the ×2. Or hit and out hits. Yeah, we don't need to do that. Well, we just need, hang on, we need to do this. If out hits.num greater than 0, return the first one, return true. Else, out hit dot start trace start equals shit. Wait, it doesn't equal shit. I need to get the start and end. Okay, there we go. And then end. Kind of haggard. Feels kind of haggard. Copy pasta it is. Don't need the else actually. Okay. Create that. No, create the declaration. Hate it when it does. Hate it when you do this. New function. Blueprint. Callable category. Yeah. Do that and make it static. Tick. Go. Okay, I suppose that's what I need, right? Unable to find class delegate enum or struct with name bool. What? Oh, that's okay. We should just do that. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. The camera trace should return what it needs to. Rebuild that. Okay. Okay. Thank you, writer. Thank you, thank you. All right. See if it works. I'll need to change all that up now. Away. Thank you. You can go away too. Honestly, a lot of you can go. Okay, so now that this thing. So I need to do, instead of camera trace, building placement trace. Custom. Nice and custom. And now I don't need to do that anymore. I can just return it directly. So that's actually nice. Nice. I'll just take all that. That's old. That's old news. You've heard of fake news, but have you know of my friend old news? Okay, let's see if that works. If and how. This is a nice seed. Yeah, when did that? I feel like that might have happened recently. That got messed up. Oh dear. Oh dear. Why is that? Okay, it eventually goes away. I don't know why that's sticking. Oh, I turned those traces back on. Okay, yeah, now it's working. However, is that right? Is that right? Ain't right. Yeah, those stilts look okay. Yay, it's working nicely. Okay. Yay. This is snapping at the wrong rotation. That is snapping at the wrong rotation. It's supposed to be like that. Okay, the box trace is getting a little distracted. Let's turn that off. Little distracting. Okay. I do have some wood existing in my inventory for such purposes. But we will get our foundation built. We may need to chop some trees to get this house finished though. Okay, apply the wood, build it. Okay, let's get us some walls. We're gonna go walls there, and then we'll go door there. Window there. Door is 50, wall is 50. I guess it was, foundation was 100. How much wood do I have? I have 300 left, so I should be able to get this level done. Okay, and then I can maybe make some stairs. Wooden stairs. And that'll be it. Okay, so we got a nice little base here. We need to chop some more trees. Okay. Got 9 wood from that. The 5 of these builds a wall. I feel like that's actually kind of okay. The amount of wood you get is commensurate to the amount of like volume that the trunk has. And so if you chop it lower, you will get more. Actually more like 6th Street. And like there's a lot of and this is like supposed to incentivize you to send your colonists to go do it. Oh. He's just he just went off to the moon. So did that guy. Okay, how much I got here? What was that? 20, 40, 60. Am I putting sounds through a modulator? No, I think this one's probably just playing the raw file. Oh, I might be pitch shifting it a little bit on each time. Forget. I think there's a couple different sounds. I think it's randomizing it, the sound choice, and maybe pitch shifting it. I don't know though. I do that on some of them. This one might not be. Is it repetitive? Are you saying it's like super repetitive? No gravity for trees. It's patented indie physics, don't you know? Which is actually kind of hard to get right for the dynamically created meshes. Can I hit this tree, please? And the wonderful tree chopping animation. This came from WoW. Did you know this sound was in WoW? 'Cause I did. Okay, we got some wood. We got like 100 wood. You know, get this out of here. Get that out of there. This out of there. Can I get that one out of here? Oh, that's one hell of a log trap. Okay. I need some ceilings now. I'll make them face all the same way, you know. Can't be. Uh-oh. Why isn't that rotation working? Well, I can place it that way. Oh my god, that costs 100 as well? Oh my goodness. God damn. Okay, gotta go chop some more. I think it's what sound plays in the Valley of Trials when the peons are whacking the trees for like the fucking the quest where you have to go beat them with a foreman's blackjack or whatever at the very beginning of the game. This is gonna take a while. I wish I had levels to this because that would make this more satisfying, like tree chopping. So in WoW, you can only have 2 trade skills, and these are you have your gathering ones, which are mining, skinning, and herbalism, which allow you to collect goods from the world. The rest of them are crafting related trade skills, which are like you take those goods and you process them into things that are like usable. And usually they pair up nicely. You know, herbalism and alchemy goes together. Mining and blacksmithing go together. Skinning and leatherworking go together. That works well for a game like an MMO, where you want people to have to rely on other people to create a social atmosphere. Now, for my game, I need people to rely on colonists. But I don't think that this is the type of game where, you know, it would feel... Can't see the tree. It wouldn't feel good to not be able to chop trees as a player. Even if you didn't, like, put your, you know, choose that as a skill. And I don't want the player to be able to do everything because I'm going for, like, high replayability, longevity kind of things. So I want every run to be different. And so I'm thinking about doing, like, kind of like a specialization. Where it's like you can always gather herbs, chop trees, mine ore, and do crafting. You can always do it, but only up to a certain level, maybe? Or something like that. Or there's some limitation to it. And so you have to pick what you want to do as a player. And you maybe have to pick what you want your colonists to specialize in as well. And colonists will come with their own, like... When you find them, they'll have their own values for them, for like what their levels are in each of the skills and stuff like that. And so you'll be like, oh, this guy's a really good crafter. You know, I'll keep him as a crafter. And I'll maybe make him a specialist there later. Have you played Human Fall Flat? I have not. Warpunk had an interesting take where you have all skills, but the more you use one, the more the others regress. That is interesting. The way RimWorld does it is that every pawn is capable of the base pawn is capable of anything. Now, you can have a pyromaniac. You can have a pawn who gets like the pyromaniac trait. Now, he can't fight fires. That is something he can't do. You can get people who, like, social is a skill in RimWorld, and you can get antisocial people who are incapable of that. But for the most part, everyone's capable of most of the thing. Most of the things. You can get idiots who can't do any of the smart things. Oh, I'm almost full. I'm almost full. Okay, let's go build some stuff. And the more you level a skill in RimWorld, it actually, if you don't use it enough, it starts to decay. Oh, wait, hang on. I put one fucking 20 in there. What the hell was that? What was that? It's gotta be a UI glitch, right? Or am I finishing a stack when I don't need to? Man, I just got screwed over. I can barely see that. I can barely see that. Okay, so the trace is so hard, is kind of bad to use now. I might need to do both the line trace and the box trace for the building, because it's not in the, you see where the normal is? It's not in the right location. It's all weird and stuff. For the buildings being, oh, that was those are dummy walls? Oh god, I didn't even place them right. But in RimWorld, like, when you get to, like, level 20 is the max for each thing, and when you get to that level, it's like, you literally can't do anything else, or else that skill will start to decay. That's kind of how RimWorld does. It also just takes a fucking long time to get. 7-1. God damn. How do you organize your UI as far as Z order and visibility? Don't say common UI, I will implode. I don't do that at all. I just let the dice go as they may. I don't know that I have too much overlapping at the moment. I think it's just whatever gets there last is on top. Nor the tooltip that stuck around. Sick. Z, there is no Z. Odd, I take it you heard about the coordinate change, the opt-in coordinate change. Dude, finishing this house does take a lot of wood. Like, I would want a colonist. But once I get, like, tree dominoes,
Hello.
once I get these... Oh, no. Another raid.
John Cena!
John Cena!
Why are you running?
Very good, man.
Why are you running?
Mango Tear. Put it in reverse, Tear.
Put it in reverse,
Put it
Tear.
in reverse. Oh, Lord.
Oh, Lord.
Jesus. Oh, Lord.
Well,
Ladies and
okay,
gentlemen,
Steve.
we got him.
What the dog doing?
what the dog doing? Luckland, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. Welcome in, everyone. How was your stream? Alt enter. How do I spell your name? I never spelled your name before. Luckland FW. There we go. Thank you for the raid. We're just building a house right now. We're building a house right now. You can see all the wonderful debug drawings and leftover trees. So got a ton done. Hell yeah, that's good to hear. I've done a lot of yapping tonight, so I haven't gotten a whole lot done. But what kind of game I've got here? This is it's going to be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite combo. So think something like Vanilla WoW, combat and classes and skill trees, plus RimWorld Colony Sim, and Hades Roguelite. That's kind of, I want to combine those three things with procedural terrain. So here's the world. Here's me. Each pixel on this map is a terrain chunk. If I zoom out, there's one terrain chunk. And there are different zones and biomes in the world, and they have like borders around each zone. And so when you go from one to one, it'll be like kind of different biomes, different terrain, noises. You know, this is kind of like a flat landsy kind of area. I only got a couple biomes so far, so it's not super exciting. But it's all like generated at runtime on the fly. Every world's different. And I'm working on the building system right now, so doing some camera trace stuff. But what I want to do with the Colony Sim side of things is I want the world to be online at all times, which when you have procedural terrain plus a colony simulator, that comes with a lot of challenges. Like I had to write my own ECS system, which is an entity component system similar to Mass, to efficiently run all of the colonists that are going to be in the world. So we got done with that system, did some terrain stuff. I'm trying to tie up some loose ends, some bugs that have been existing around here, and we're going to start spawning entities and colonists and monsters and stuff in the world. Right now, there's nothing in the world right now, really. Just trees to chop. Just trees to chop so far. But we're getting close to kind of tying all these systems together. And I want the colony sim side of things to, you know, wherever you go in the world, I want your colony to still be running, as well as all the other AI colonies that are in the world with different factions and stuff like that, different interactions. And so, you know, if I run all the way over here onto this side of the world, I still want your colony running, and all your guys that you've sent to go chop trees, they're still running to each tree and chopping it. It's just happening in memory. It's not actually rendered or anything, right? And if there's wolves in the forest or bandits in the forest, I want those colonists to get attacked and, you know, potentially die. And I want your colony itself to get attacked. So you'll have to build up your colony, build up your colonists, get some defenses, get your colonist equipment, you know, before you go out exploring the world and stuff like that. So that's what I'm working towards. And we're just building a house right now. For no real reason, honestly. Because I was testing the camera traces, and now I'm just kind of digging around. But thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. Kind of like Manor Lords. I have not played the game. So I'm not completely sure. Does Manor Lords do like a large world kind of thing? I have seen some gameplay of it. I also got the 3D noise, which was a huge breakthrough. So we got some like nice spooky looking caves. Eventually I'll spawn ore and monsters down there. So you got to run down there, potentially send some colonists down there to get some ore or something like that, you know. So all things coming up soon, I hope. And this is like dynamic tree chopping. So these are like PCG spawned trees. Everything is like PCG spawned. And I turn them into dynamic meshes when the axe connects with them. And so I can actually like subtract out a tree chop shape from the mesh. And eventually I'll do like the Valheim, if I can actually, my animations suck, right? This is all placeholder assets. The art side of things sucks, but eventually I'll do like the Valheim style tree chopping, you know, where if the tree falls on you, ignore that. If the tree falls on you, it deals damage, and if it hits other trees, it'll deal damage to those trees, and you get like the tree dominoes, which is really fun. Eventually I'll do that. Eventually I will have colonists dying from having trees fall on them. And you'll be like, oh my god, my really good colonist just got crushed by a tree. Now I'm crushed. And I want you to sit with that failure. You made that happen because you sent them to go chop trees. I also have LLM generated quests. Kind of a proof of concept. It's destructible terrain as well, which is also kind of proof of concept at this point. But I dumped my entire game's item database into a prompt. And I can, right now it's just like a button you can click to generate a quest on a colonist. Not really a whole lot to do, but it'll dump the whole item database into a prompt, and it essentially says, in more words, but it essentially says, hey, this is for a medieval fantasy game, generate me a quest and fill out the following JSON object. And it actually does a pretty good job of that. And so it can reference like other characters in the world because I passed those in there. It can pick classes from my database to spawn. Like if you need to kill a bunch of wolves, then it can actually spawn those wolves. And eventually I'll be passing in a lot of stuff. So this is like kind of, this is some information that exists on every character. And I just have like some backgrounds and adulthood stuff. Like apparently I got Griff Oakwood, a 120-year-old male elf druid who is cruel and reckless. Griff was raised by wild druids deep in the forest, far from civilization. This upbringing made him fiercely protective of nature, ruthless towards those who dare harm it. His methods are often dangerous and unpredictable. And so that all gets passed to the prompt, and it'll generate a quest based off that, involving this character, if he's like the quest giver or something like that. So like if you talk to a guy like that, I mean that is me. But if you talk to a colonist like that, it will generate a quest along them. And so I hope to use that to kind of give the colonists a lot more personality, bring them to life, have the player form more connection to them, so that when you lose them, it's even more devastating. But more fun as well, because the stakes are higher. And there'll be a lot of design considerations to make the player feel safe enough to like leave their base and go explore. So I'll definitely need to figure out how to make that still work. Because like in a lot of Colony Sim games, you have like a more like top-down omniscient perspective on things where you can see everything and you can manage all your colonists and click on them and stuff from wherever. But in this, you're a player. You're down in the world as well, so it's going to be harder to manage the colonists. So I'll probably have to slow down the Colony Sim side of things quite a bit. Let's see, how much... Okay, can I finish the house yet? Do I have enough wood? Do I have enough wood? Eventually, I'll make all these logs, like, need to be taken to, like, a lumber mill or something. You can't spawn woods. Well, I spawned with 1,000 wood. And that was not enough. Oh my god, it's doing the thing again where it adds too much. $50. I have 49. But it added 80. Interesting. Oh god. Oh, I put it backwards. Oh no. Okay, that's just gonna have to be like that. Oh, this house takes a long time to build. Kind of doing it for funsies now, though. Should we destroy it? Okay, nothing yet. So if I destroy this one, some shit should... Oh, no. Was that like a physics thing? Oh, dear. Oh, I destroyed the thing behind me first. Yay, and it all comes tumbling down. There it goes. Yeah, that's the game. That's what we're working on. I got some talents, too. Those who don't know Lucklin, I just found out about him last night. And he's working on a really cool, like, it seems like a very narrative-focused game. And, like, from what I heard, the very little I heard about the game and the backstory of it, it sounds really interesting. It sounds like something that would be right up my alley. RPG type of game, it seems. So if that's interesting to you, you should definitely check him out, if you haven't already. I'm kind of ending up on the tail end of my stream. What we changed was like from line traces to box traces. So like I don't need to look directly at the thing to take it, you know? So that's what we did today. And that's a little bit harder for us because I got like 3 different trace systems. And so you'll see there's like a bunch of navigation rendered there. And that's because I just take the raw triangle and vertex data of the terrain chunks, and then I export them to the nav mesh so that I don't actually have to build the mesh and actually build the collision for the meshes. And that saves on memory. And this will allow me to hopefully have the whole world online. And this is how I'm able to use... I wrote my own like PCG nodes to like use traces against that data. I store them in like my own bounding volume hierarchy. It's like a spatial data structure that allows you to like query through it pretty fast. And so that's why I can know where the trees and stuff are supposed to go before the mesh is even there. So you can see right here, like, the tunnel ends here because the next chunk isn't actually generated, isn't actually built, but I do have the data for it. So I know where it's going to be. So that's like, I have like my own line trace, collision trace functions for that. And then for the entity system, for all the colonists and stuff, which maybe I can spawn some. I don't know where they're going to spawn at. Probably spawn, do like 100 maybe. Let's just call us. Let's do enemy caster maybe. I don't know where these guys are going to show up at. If at all. If at all. Oh no. Okay, we've recovered. Where is 0-0 at? What chunk is this? 0-0 is back over there, so they're probably all over there. Somewhere? Maybe not. Did these guys spawn or not? Oh dear. Oh, now they're spawning. Yeah, that's what that was. Okay. Do I have a Discord server? No, I do not. There they are. I had to write my own gravity trace. That trace for my own terrain that detected gravity. I think they're running around looking for food right now. And they're like, the guys without health bars are not actually actors. They're instant static meshes. They're the vertex animated instant static meshes. And I like query a blend space based on their speed and direction to actually make them look like they're locomoting properly. So you can see if I walk in, they like swap over real quick. So I have like one frame basically where I need to like make sure that they look correct. Then I need to fix, but it's kind of hard to tell, especially when there's so many going on. Oh god, that you didn't use your fireball. You should have. He should have used his fireball. Now I'm out of mana. So yeah, these will be the colonists running all around and stuff. These are like the enemy colonists that I can actually attack. But that's what I got going on. However, it's quite late for me. 10:45. Well, I might have to send you guys somewhere else. He was on. Shawnee B? Should we send you guys over to Shawnee B? I think so. Shawnee B also working in Unreal Engine. This is really awesome. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks for hanging out with me, everyone. It was a fun night. This was a great stream. I had a couple raids from Finn and Luckland. Thank you guys so much for the raids. I'm going to send you guys over to Shawnee B, who's working in UE5 as well. He's working on a turn-based Dark Soul, which is a really interesting concept. And it's not turn-based in the way that you think. It's turn-based in like a super hot kind of way, where like the world doesn't move until you move. And so you like plan out your moves, and then you kind of click play, and you can pause as well. You play, you watch your character move, and then everything else moves. And then you can like kind of adjust your moves and stuff like that. It's a really interesting concept. So I'm going to send you guys over there on Twitch. If you're not on Twitch, I have nowhere to send you, and I'm sorry. But thank you for hanging out nonetheless. Have a good weekend, everyone. I hope to see you again some other time this week. Yeah, take care, everyone.